Okay, that was weird. It said I was live and then immediately went, so you're not live. Hmm. I shouldn't start from the decision. I should start from the beginning of the day. The missiles were already full of energy. At least they weren't launched immediately. Apparently, the control system hadn't been designed with this possibility in mind. The final attack was a significant event in the history of the people living on the artificial satellite. Starting even a day early could very well cause unforeseen problems for them. They probably just see it all as part of the show. Disgusting. It makes me sick. But it wasn't all misery for us. In essence, this meant we'd been given a reprieve of half a day. We used our limited time to think hard. How could all of us survive? If we pressed on until 10 a.m. without doing anything, the final attack would launch, and all life on the planet would be obliterated by undying flames. I'm going to check my audio levels real quick. Okay, looks good. There was no way to escape the flames. Hiding somewhere with thick walls or deep underground wouldn't save us. We were guaranteed to be killed by the relentless, all-consuming fire. We couldn't destroy the missiles in the defense room either. There was no way we could beat the intercept system. And of course, there was the issue of the escape pod. It was completely corroded by the particle bacteria, so we wouldn't be able to use it to escape. So what do we do? Is there a way to save us all? Just then, Tsubasa spoke, her face pale with terror. We made it so far, too. This is so cruel. There's nothing we can do. No one said a word after that. Silence hung in the air, gloom permeating every inch of the room. Soon and without mercy, dawn arrived, without us ever finding a solution. We heard Siray's overly positive announcement for Day 100 play.
Troops, congratulations! This is your 100th morning at the Academy. At long last, the time has come. On this auspicious day, the long-held wish of humanity will finally be realized. The most important battle of all will be upon us momentarily. Please, follow the orders provided through the announcement system quickly and without delay. Get yourselves in order before then! I'll see you shortly, soldiers!
Man, screw that! I know it's pre-recorded, but it irks me to no end. But what are we going to do? The question had been asked over and over, but there was still no one who could answer. Maybe this is it. Yeah, maybe it's time for us to give up. Hearing that must have pushed her over the edge. Ugh. With an anguished sound, Hiroko ran out of the cafeteria. Hey, Hiroko! I rushed after her. I caught up with Hiroko in our usual spot behind the school. She ground to a halt, turned around, and shrieked in frustration. Why? Why does it have to end like this? We did everything right. All 17 of us survived. Why is it still not enough? Hiroko's eyes were brimming with tears. They slid down her cheeks one after another. I knew it. We're cursed. Trapped in this cursed cycle. We'll never escape this loop.
Hey!
No! What? You can't give up. It's not like you, Hiroko. We can break free of the loop. I'm going to take you out of here with me, one way or another. I promise you that. Remember? I swore this would be our last timeline. That the loop would end here. Today is day 100, and we're all alive. All we have to do now is build our own future. A future where we can all be happy. Where I can be happy with you, Hiroko. Takumi. The tears had vanished from Hiroko's eyes, perhaps in the face of my overwhelming insistence. Yes, you're right. I want to believe that too. But you have to look at reality. We're hemmed in on all sides. There's nowhere we can go. It's like someone's put a lock on every door that surrounds us. Something sparked in my mind the moment I heard that word. Wait. Did you say lock?
Huh?
You did, right? You said lock. I did? But what does that have to do with anything? I quickly pulled out the device and checked the blood space wave schedule. We can leap today between 5:50 and 9:50 a.m. It's 7:30 a.m. right now. The window is already open. Wait, where are you suggesting we go? The Invader Hunt timeline. The one with the killing game? That's right. But that timeline is locked. Oh. Locked. What you said just now reminded me of what you told me before. I don't know when 803 locked it, but it was sometime between day 45 and day 49. Whenever it was, the lock will only be removed after 50 days have passed. Even if you locked it on day 49, 50 days later will be day 99, right? The machine will be unlocked now. We can jump to the Hunt timeline. Some of the conditions we needed to meet are already present in that timeline. so... It's okay, you don't have to explain. Let's go and tell the others. Right. I see. So that's it.
Huh?
Basically, we all need to jump to this hunt timeline you're talking about. Then we can use the escape pod there. That's exactly what I suggested 2 days ago. Right. Mr. Sumino was all like, we can't steal the escape pod from another timeline, we'd be killing ourselves. Or am I remembering wrong? So why is it suddenly okay now? I'm sorry to say it, but everybody in that timeline is already... Oh no. Are they really... dead? Yes. The survivors of the Hunt timeline were all killed on day 93. They sacrificed themselves to finish Veshness. One more thing. The baby in that timeline is gone too. I see. So I died like everyone else. The others grew stiff, at a loss for words. There was a plaintive look on all their faces. I couldn't say I expected any less. Who could keep calm after hearing that we'd all died in another timeline? Well, I guess there was one person. What's the point in crying about it? You can't bring back the dead. We need to keep pushing forward so their sacrifices won't be in vain. We need to live on, not just for ourselves, but for them too. Irreverent attitude aside, she was right. You're not wrong. We need to think positively. I feel bad for them, but now we can use their escape pod without feeling guilty about it. Let's pay our respects to them by using their pod. Everybody bit back their disdain and nodded. Wait a moment. Isn't boarding restricted to only official members of the Special Defense Unit? Don't worry about that. This escape pod got eaten up by the particle bacteria too. But because their Tsubasa repaired it, it's good as new now. And when she fixed it, she replaced everything, including the entire circuit board. Wow, I'm a genius. There definitely won't be any problem then. Hello, Croncy. The original program will be totally overwritten, with no boarding restrictions. So even unofficial members like myself and the baby, you'll be able to get on just fine. Trust me. Thank you. Sincerely, I'm so grateful. Thank you. Hey, don't thank me. It was a different timeline Tsubasa who did it. Anyway, that about sums it up. That's why we're going to the Hunt timeline. Everybody there is dead, and the pod's boarding restrictions have been disabled. It's our best, maybe our only, shot. The details are too much for me, but all I know is everything's gonna be okay. If we go to the Hunt timeline, we'll all be saved. Hell yeah! Takamaru pumped his fist into the air, and everyone let out a cheer. Okay, let's get going right... Oh, but... What about C-Ray and Nigo? Let's take them with us. They're part of the team, too. And so we headed for the lab with a completely immobile C-Ray and Nigo in tow. Shion had vanished. Keeping his avatar materialized meant consuming energy, so he returned to being the baby, now kept inside the jar. Hey, can we get going already? We're wasting time hanging around here. Darmi ran off ahead. The rest of us followed after her. I checked the PLM. We're good to go. The device on the other side is unlocked. Just like I thought. Now we can leap to the Hunt timeline. By the way, Hiroko, you said the baby in that timeline passed away, right? Yes. Did he die on the same day as everyone else? That's right, on day 93. So the final attack won't be launched in that timeline. There's no way the missiles would be full of energy by day 93. You're saying there's no rush? But emotionally speaking, I like to get it done as soon as possible. That's right. Knowing we can use a pod makes me want to get right in there and leave this shithole forever. I'm with you guys. Let's hurry. I opened the door, the lockers. I was about to hand out leap suits to everybody, but... Wait, I'll do it. Suddenly, Hiroko took over, giving out the leap suits one by one. We had 17 suits in total. There were 16 of us, so we had one extra. C-Ray and Nigo didn't need them since they were robots, but the baby did. At first, we tried stuffing the jar inside of someone else's suit, but that didn't work, so we ended up wrapping the jar in the remaining suit. Shit, where'd I put it? Ah, right there. Everyone got their suit on?
Yep, and it fits like a glove.
The machine was configured. The blood-slace waves were already surging. We could jump right away. We all jumped onto the platform. Tsubasa was holding the suit with the baby jar inside it. This was probably going to be our final parallel leap. I slammed down the red button and jumped into the crowd. And then, one last time. Okay, here goes. The leap was complete. Everyone took off their suits and rushed out of the lab. Left on our own, Hiroko and I changed back into our regular clothes. But just then... I was gripped by intense deja vu. I'd seen this somewhere before. In another timeline? No, that wasn't it. It had been on day 86. Just like after we visited the timeline where the academy was blown up, Hiroko was hunched over.
Hey, are you okay?
She didn't answer. She was breathing hard, one hand pressed to the wall, her shoulders heaving. In her other hand, she held a leap suit, the one she'd been wearing. I ran to her side and looked at the suit. There was a hole. The suit had a tiny hole in the back.
You knew about this hole, didn't you? That's why you gave out the suits.
I had to. If somebody had to wear it, then...
But this isn't the first time. You did it on day 86, too.
That's right. That was just a coincidence. I just happened to pick it. I must have terrible luck.
The hole in Hiroko's suit meant she was definitely suffering from leap damage.
If you parallel leap 2, maybe 3 more times with exposed skin, your body will eject all of its cryptoglobin. That means no more revivals. You'll die, and you'll stay dead.
Why would you do something so stupid?
It's fine. This is fine. I've done horrible things after all. I don't think this will absolve me, but this is the least I can do to atone. Now, let's get going. Everyone's waiting for us.
Hiroko and I went outside. We joined the others and immediately made a dash for the school. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Hiroko tried to reassure me as we ran. She didn't look too bad, but I didn't feel any kind of relief. We needed to get into the pod as quickly as possible so she could rest. That was all I could think as I kept putting one foot in front of the other. Eventually. We made it! But doesn't something seem odd? Odd how? He's right, there's something coming out of the top of the building.
No.
It can't be.
As if to confirm our realization, an automated announcement began blaring out of the PA system.
An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Special Defense Unit members, please evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
But why? This isn't what you told us, Takumi. The baby was supposed to be gone so the attack wouldn't launch. Just then, Shion appeared. Hey Shion, what the fuck is happening? Why is the attack launching? I don't know. I can't imagine how sorry, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know. I can't imagine how it could have built up that much energy. We have to hurry and get to the escape pod. But where even is it? Everyone looked around, but the pod was nowhere to be found. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. The attack is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. The pod won't come out in the schoolyard until just before the attack. The next moment, I had a flashback. I remember what the Tsubasa from this timeline had told me.
If we replace the control system circuit board, we'll be able to manually deploy the pod from the war room.
I told everyone what I'd remembered. They didn't need any further explanation. The moment our eyes met, we all started to sprint for the war room. I see, so that's how it works. I get why it happened now. Tsubasa was furiously navigating the computer system in the war room. Why, what happened? The final attack. Since everyone in this timeline got wiped out, people from the artificial satellite came here. And they brought a spare baby they've been secretly keeping on the satellite with them. A clone of Shion. They put him in the machine in the defense room as a replacement for the baby who passed in this timeline. Huh? You mean there's another baby in the defense room right now as we speak? Not exactly. This one was still developing, so his body wasn't quite stable yet. Because of that, right after he finished powering the missiles, he passed away. Tsubasa nodded silently. That was smart that they add that in there, because otherwise it would be like, well, now we gotta go save the other baby. So they had a clone of me. Well, I did have my suspicions. Looks like the people on the satellite didn't think they had anything to worry about, even if I were to die. They had a spare, so it was acceptable to them. Losing me was hardly even a setback. Everyone stared at Shion with intense emotions in their eyes. It was a mix of sadness, sorrow, and a burning anger directed to everyone on the satellite. Shion, I don't know what to say. They probably thought the same about us. Indeed, to the people on the satellite, our lives are worth less than dirt. Damn it. Really wish I could give one of those guys a kick in the nuts. Screw that. I want to beat them all to a bloody pulp. I don't blame you. But there's something we have to do first. We need to survive and actually get to the artificial satellite. Tsubasa. On my cue, Tsubasa got moving. She rushed over to the control panel at the back of the room and slammed her palm against the large button. When she did that, the schoolyard appeared on the monitor.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 390 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod in the schoolyard immediately. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Please supply your keys after boarding the escape pod. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
It's really happening. The escape pod. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. I could cry. Isn't it too early for that? Celebrate once we get inside it. Okay, everybody, let's go. The pod will automatically launch 100 seconds before the attack starts. The version of me in this timeline must have reprogrammed it. Are you for real? You mean we have less time now? We've come this far. We can't afford to miss it now. Then stop yapping and start running. Everyone nodded and took off, all of us running faster than speeding bullets. We thundered down the halls and stumbled down flights of stairs. Finally, we made it to the first floor. We turned the corner and arrived at the entrance hall. Just then, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around to see someone on the ground.
Hideko!
I scrambled over to her and propped her up.
Hey, are you okay, Hideko? Stay with me!
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 300 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
Takumi, go on ahead.
Absolutely not. I'm not going without you.
Then, what do you propose to do?
I'll carry you to the pod.
You can't. You heard the announcement. The pod launches 100 seconds before the attack. You won't make it if you're carrying me. I knew it. That dream It was a sign. I told you, didn't I? I had a dream where I was the only one who couldn't break free of the loop.
And I told you that it was just a dream. It's not going to happen. We need all of the Special Defense Unit. If we don't, I won't get out of the loop either.
No. You will. I saw it. In my dream. You were there.
I couldn't keep arguing with her. Precious time was ticking away, and every second counted. We had to hurry. I had to get Hiriko to the escape pod. But the moment I tensed up my arms to lift her, she swatted me away, refusing my help.
Enough. Let me go. I think it's fate that I die here. I finally understand why I can't be saved. Yes, it wouldn't be right. Not after what I've done. There's no way we'd be allowed to survive. After killing everyone on this planet.
Her voice frail and faint, Hiriko looked over at the bottom of the stairs. I followed her gaze, straight to the hidden door that connected to the secret basement.
Hiriko, you can't.
I can. The basement's close. I can crawl if I have to. I'll go there. I'll enter the Livor Mortis codes. After the pod launches, of course. Right before the attack. If I do that, I can stop the missiles from launching. The whole school will be blown to pieces. I told you. I wore the suit with the hole in it so I could atone for my sins. This is also a part of my redemption. I let everyone die in the serial killer timeline. I need to pay for what I've done, even as I stay here, imprisoned in this jail cell of an infinite loop for all eternity. Takumi, thank you for everything. You were a slow-witted dullard of a servant. But also, the best partner I could have asked for. This is my final order to you, servant. Go, Takumi. You can still make it.
My head was spinning. It went without saying that I couldn't possibly leave Hiriko behind, which left me with two options. I could forcibly haul her to the pod, or go to the basement and blow up the school with her. We were unlikely to make it if I chose the first option. Even if by some miracle we made it in time, all life on this planet would be destroyed. The second option would save them, but Hiriko and I would be killed instead.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 200 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, evacuate.
What was I supposed to do? I didn't have a second to spare. I just had to go with my gut and make my decision. It's your future.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We could save ourselves, but what's the point of a future where all of the other life here has to die? Even if I'm the only one, I don't want to sacrifice all those lives for ours. So... I'm going with you, Hiriko.
Hiriko let out an exasperated sigh.
You really are stupid beyond all salvation. Let me guess. You're not going to take no for an answer.
You know it.
All right. If you're not going to back down, you can come with me.
Hiriko.
Now stop wasting time. And hurry.
I lent Hiroko my shoulder to get her upright, supporting her weight as we headed for the stairs. And then... Claire de Lune! Claire de Lune actually fits this time! We reached the basement. I rushed over to the terminal, quickly entering 8 of the livor mortis codes. Only one was left. Hiroko's. The moment I entered 4 in her slot, the school would be blown to oblivion.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 130 seconds.
The pod launches 100 seconds before the attack, so there's only 30 seconds left. This is one of the moments where Claire de Lune is actually good, yeah. Hiroko pulled something out of her pocket. It was the Calico Cat figure I'd given her all the way back on day 10.
Oh.
I wish that the song was used more cohesively throughout the game so the use would hit harder when it happens. Yeah, that would be nice. I've wanted one of these for so long. I told you in that timeline. Did you remember?
Huh?
Not when I gave it to you, but now, yes, I remember it vividly.
A soft vinyl figure. I collect them. Ones of cats, ideally. I'd like a calico.
We're going to be doing this all over again. I wonder how Loop 147 will work out. Will you still remember? About the calico? Not just that. I mean, everything that happened this time. Of course. How could I possibly forget? Is that a promise? I promise.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 100 seconds.
It's launch time for the pod. The others should be taking off now. I nodded quietly, placing my finger over the 4 on the terminal. Unlucky number 4. No, I think this one's good luck. Suddenly I felt warmth on my right hand. I looked to see Hiroko holding it tight. Like, this feels so much like the true ending. It's like they've come to peace with, you know, their fate. They're like, we're just gonna have to do it again. We've been fighting so hard, but we'll just do it again. We'll keep going until we figure it out. And this way we save everyone else. Even Ato. A familiar smell hit my nose. The sweet, soft scent of lavender. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. You're sure? Ugh, you're still the same idiot you were when we started this timeline. Yeah. Then here I go. 3, 2, 1. The very second I was about to apply pressure with my finger. What? How? Don't worry, the pod's still on the surface. Smossy whipped up a program that lets us launch it manually. She's up there waiting right now. Just hurry up and go. But who's gonna enter the final 4? I'll handle that. I'll press it right before the final attack is launched. See, this whole game, I've thought that he is completely incorporeal, and like cannot interact with anything. Like if you were to like try and poke him, your finger would just go right through him. But then they dropped little hints. Like when he cried and then he disappeared and there were still droplets on the ground. And it's like, okay, so he can interact with the physical world. I can teleport in this form. My real body is inside the pod anyway. But I can't move anymore. It's okay. We'll take turns carrying you. If we do that, we can still make it in time. We're wasting precious time having this conversation. I look straight into Hiriko's eyes. Hiriko, you have to trust us. I told you before, right? If you keep believing in something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can absolutely overcome any obstacle in your way. But Takumi, everyone. Here we go. It's time to take back what's ours. Our future, our hope, the artificial satellite up there in the sky. We'll reach out and grab it with our own hands. Honestly, the water thing was weird, but it has been applied a few times that he can interact. Yeah, exactly. Like, because he's made of flames, so I thought, oh, he can't actually interact with anything. For example, in the Retsudama wrote, no, see? That was the first thing that made me think he can't interact with things. Because if you remember, he couldn't turn the pages. He needed someone to open the books for him. Shion, you take it from here. Got it. Did they? Yes. That was like an actual thing. He had to have them... Yeah, he had to have them open the books and turn the pages for him. Because he couldn't. He said he was still trying to get a handle on trying to move things. And he couldn't. He was still trying to figure out how to move things. I held Hiriko tight and ran. I flew up the stairs, stumbling into the hallway. I just remember him saying that the flames didn't burn the pages, and I was annoyed because the pages are very much organic material. Not anymore, they're dead. Yeah, that raises a question, because like, it affects organic material, which means that every plant is also dead too. But then, dead bodies are organic material. They're no longer alive, but they're still organic material. I handed her over to Takamaru. We passed her from one person to the next as we ran outside. I could see the escape pod in the distance, a small shining dot that looked no bigger than a grain of rice.
30 seconds remaining.
Everything will be all right. We're not done yet.
We're gonna make it!
We shouted encouragement to each other as we continued to run for our lives. Each of us took turns carrying Hiriko. Eventually, our relay brought her back to me.
15 seconds remaining.
The pod was close now. If we kept up this pace, we could make it. Keep going. Get Hiriko to the pod. My feet thundered against the ground as I picked up the pace. I ran. I ran for my life. I recklessly and single-mindedly sprinted forward. I couldn't breathe. My chest ached. My heart raced so fast I thought it was going to burst. I could hear the fibers of my muscles tearing. Pain tore through my brain, making my vision blur. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep pushing on. More. More. More! Anything to get there even 1 second faster. I need to dive into that pod. I promised I'd build us a future. One where everyone can be happy. I won't let things end any other way.
I have to do this.
I summoned the last of my strength to keep my legs moving through the numbness. Only 6 seconds left.
5!
4!
3!
We have to make it.
Imagine they get blown up and it's like, yeah, no, there is no happy ending. The happy ending is cake. Everyone was inside the pod. Nozomi, Gaku, Darumi, Shoma, Kyoshika, Moko, Yugamu, Takamaru, Kurata, Tsubasa, and the twins. Then there was Eito, Eva, and Shion. Had his baby body in my arms. Siri and Nigo were there too. The repairs were complete, and their functions had now been restored. And of course, there was Kiriko too. She was beside me, watching with delight as everyone celebrated.
How are you feeling?
What does it look like? I feel incredible. Look at us. We're all here. We even saved everyone on the planet too.
Kiriko looked out the window toward the shining blue sphere. Beautiful planet hung in the darkness, its continued existence an absolute miracle.
That's all thanks to you, Hideko. It's all because you wanted to save them.
Know your place, servant. It's 100 years too early for you to be doling out compliments to your master.
I was a little happy to hear her retort. It meant Hiriko was her same old self.
Besides, it's not all thanks to me. This achievement belongs to Shion, and the others as well. And, although I hate to say it, it's yours too. I truly appreciate what you've done, Takumi.
My face burned red hot. Anything I could have said got caught in my throat. Trying to hide the effect Hiriko's words had on me, I turned to look at everyone else. They were smiling, crying, and hooting like animals as they let their emotions flood out.
We did it! Yay! Woohoo!
Ah, it all worked out. Now we can be together forever.
Is it really okay if I stick around with you?
Are you crazy? We wouldn't have it any other way.
You're our friend forever, Shion. We all care for you.
Thank you so much.
So I have like 2 questions I can think of that I will ask
Oh
afterwards.
yeah, you are the best buds I ever had. I love you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I let my gutter juices out in a zero-gravity environment.
Don't call them gutter juices, man. They look like shining diamonds to me.
Takamaru! Wow, Tsubasa, you're a freaking genius!
Thanks! Now, give me some space, please.
Sit tight, Tsubasa. I'll send him flying with a slippery Moko German suplex.
Tsubasa, baby, nobody does it like you do!
Just leave me alone!
Kako! Eva! Wait, what did you just call me?
Hey! You did it too!
Character development.
Well, why not? Let's just be Kako and Ima from now on.
Sounds good to me, Ima.
There, my good girl. Don't you cry.
No!
Character development in 2 minutes.
Only celebrating. Come on, Lady Kurara. You should really have something to drink yourself.
Ah! I'm so peeved with all of you! Totally cheesed off! Steamed! Absolutely pissed!
Now, sir, calm down. It may be true that our plan to raise the planet failed, but we did defeat the enemy's supreme commander, Veshnus.
That's not the issue here! I'm getting all emotional seeing how happy everyone is! And I hate that!
Sir!
Hiriko gazed at everyone with stars in her eyes. After some time staring, she whispered to herself, just loud enough for me to hear.
Everybody's alive.
That's right. Safe and sound.
It's way past 10 a.m. But we're all still here.
Yeah,
Which means...
we're
Free from the time loop.
Yes!
Our overjoyed cries echoed throughout the escape pod. Everyone was staring at us with vacant expressions, blinking.
Takumi, Hiroko, that's great. Yeah, congratulations, you two.
Huh? You understand what they're talking about?
Yes, everything's wrapped up nicely.
Now,
Maybe it would be more accurate to say it's been unwrapped and smoothed out flat again.
I ain't sure what you mean by that, but
In short, everything's been resolved.
And it's happily ever after!
We finally made it! Let's do the thing!
Yes! Time to choke each other!
Or play jump rope with intestines? When have we ever done any of that weird crap?
Takumi, that's your cue.
Take it away, Takumi! Got it. Ready? Go!
Special Defense Unit! Best in the cosmos! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose, never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
the pod continued to drift through the emptiness of space toward the artificial satellite in the dark distance. We weren't sure what would happen to us when we arrived. After all, we disobeyed the will of humanity. Maybe harsh punishment awaited us. Or maybe now that we'd served our purpose, the people in charge would want to have us killed. But somehow, I felt that things would be alright. No matter what kinds of difficulties we encounter, no matter what trials lie in our future, if all 17 of us come together, we'll find a way through them. On day 101, day 102, and all days after. So long as all of us are together, we can keep on finding our way. We'll walk an endlessly continuing path, leading us to an eternity where we can all be happy. Time for something I've been waiting 53 parts to do. Croncy told me from the beginning, do not watch the credits, because it'll spoil shit. But now I've seen everything, so... Ghost Boy, Shion, Commune. So yeah. No, it no longer spoils stuff. Yeah, because before it would tell me the names of all the commanders, it seems. Which, I mean, I guess is kind of a spoiler. Oh, it also has the name of the routes. Oh god, imagine if I'd seen, like, fucking multiple Ato's route before I knew what was coming. That's Nom. The spoilers of the routes. Ah. So I'm probably going to get this stream copyright struck because of the credit song, but whatever. I've waited 53 goddamn parts to watch these credits. Why was Carousel censored? Huh. Also, those credits were not as long as I expected them to be. Oh, no, wait, it's still going. Okay. Whack-a-jack. Woolmore. I have not heard of any of these fucking... Clover Lab, okay. Y-Pot. Jet Studio. I have not heard of most of these companies. And the black stuff goes away even if you haven't encountered the route or character, which sucks. Aw, it should have been that it uncovers whichever ones you've done. Or even just whichever one you're on that time. So you're on the Retsnom route, it uncovers Retsnom route. Oh, this is Carousel? Why did they censor it then? Oh, it's a different route from... Okay, a different song from Route Zero. Wow, I can't believe I beat 2 games back to back. Alright, So yeah, I really liked the game. I want more of it. So I'm kind of glad that they keep talking about DLC. I'm curious about what the DLC will be. Like, will it be more routes that, like, more loops? Or will it be a continuation? Because, like, what happens afterwards? Like, it's completely left ambiguous what happens after. I agree, it would be pretty easy to do the black going away if you've seen an ending from a route, unless it's a pre-rendered cutscene for some reason. It might be a pre-rendered. Yeah, I could just, like, cross-reference your flowchart and be like, oh, okay, you've gotten these endings. I mean, they managed to cross-reference it to do story locks, so they could have done it for the credits, too. Yeah, like, what happens after they get back to the artificial satellite? Especially since the ending cutscene for Route Zero ends with Takamaru talking on the walkie-talkie going, Takumi, are you there? Something's really wrong here. And then we never hear what happens with that. Like, what happened? Were they all killed? Was everyone up there dead? Did they go up there and, like, no one was there? Like, they were all hiding from them? Like, what happened up there? They found out their backstories were all lies. Possibly, yeah. They went up there and they're like, wait, what do you mean? Like, where's... Does the Tokyo residential complex even exist? Okay, now I need free time. Like, does the Tokyo residential complex even exist? Or is everyone just, like, in a pod? Are there like 10 people up there? Hey, Commune. Like, we don't know. Only did this so I could go to the gallery. Alright, so. Let's see. List of endings. Oh, boy. There they all are. All 100. Oh, that feels so nice. I think it has to exist to a point because Nozomi had to physically sneak onto a pod. That's true. That's true. Nozomi had to sneak on. So it exists to some extent. That can happen if they're all in VR or something. That's true. That's true. Yeah, so it has to exist to some point. Oh, I just realized Zero doesn't even count as one, does it? Because Zero doesn't even count as an ending. Wow. So yeah, the two questions that I had that I can think of. First of all, it's related to what I've been asking a couple times, but the satellite knows they're dead. The artificial satellite, the scientists up there, they know that every member of the SDU died. Yeah, it's prologue. So why, like, what's going to happen when they get up there? Even if before they'd welcome them in, now they know they're dead and they're going to be like, how the fuck are you here? Yeah, the story does not address that at all. Like, it feels like all the other ones, it makes sense because it cuts it off at a certain point because it's like, it's 10 a.m. You get thrown back into the loop. But this time, they broke the loop. So, we should have gotten more context. We should have gotten more story. Which I'm hoping the DLC will get in there somewhere. Like, I hope it explains something. But yeah, they know that the SDU and the baby are all dead right now. So when the escape pod shows up, and it's got the full SDU and the baby, and they're gonna be like, hello, what is going on? You're all supposed to be dead. They're gonna think that it's invaders, or that, you know, I mean, they know they're clones, but there's no cloning down there. Cuts off at a really awkward point. I think that's why a lot of people still have ending 1 as their own true ending. Oh, second scenario? That works too. Yeah. And the other one, the other question I had, which, Currency, if you have any other questions that haven't been answered that I didn't think of, please bring them up, because I'm sure I probably didn't think of it too. It's the only one that has a proper resolution. Yeah. The lady in the robe. She shows up twice, takes Kakuji, or rather Kako, and gives Hiriko the Machine Plus and the Material Omega. Who is she? Where'd she go? Where'd she come from? Yeah, it's never addressed. The Machine Plus is never addressed. Like, that feels like it's definitely like a little hint that they've dropped for like, hey, there's gonna be more. We're definitely doing more if this game does well. Which I still get a kick out of the fact that Kodaka was pushing it so hard when it came out, because he's like, please, we've almost gone bankrupt making this game. If this game tanks, we're fucked. And then it started making gangbusters. As it should. I'm throwing my Joy-Con. No. Come back. Yeah, I've written those off as DLC bait, and I don't like DLC bait. Yeah. Like, I'm hoping that, like, I was hoping that, like, the lady was gonna show up, like, in, like, an after-credits cutscene or something. When it reads through all, like, it's like, okay, you've done every single ending. You've got all 100. Look at that. Every single ending. Cool. And then it's just, like, one extra CG. One extra video. That's the woman, and she's like, she like walks through the friggin' like forest, and she looks up and she sees the escape pod leaving, and then she hears the explosion in the distance as the academy explodes and the planet is saved, and she just looks back up at the escape pod, and then like the shockwave of the explosion goes through, and like, or gentle breeze or something, and it blows the hood off of her, and it's Hiriko. And then it cuts to black. Like, that would still somewhat be arguable as DLC bait, but it would be like a, oh, okay, we could get DLC, or we could get a sequel, or we could get an expansion. What is going on? Why is Hiriko here? What happened? And it would make sense, because then it's like Hiriko gave herself the plans for the Machine Plus. Because if she made it so that the machine can go vertically and not just horizontally, which I'm interpreting as the time machine, the parallel leap machine can now go not just parallel but perpendicular. Like, that'd be so cool. And then it's like, yeah, she like had to make sure, like, she realized, oh, even in this perfect timeline, things can go wrong, and so she had to go back and fix it. Like, there's just, like, one more route, one more ending, where everyone dies except for Hiriko. And so she ends up breaking out of the loop there. But she doesn't like that. She's like, no, I broke the loop, but then everyone died except for me. And so she finds a way to go back in time to save it, which would also tie into her whole thing of wanting to redeem herself for basically dooming everyone in a timeline to die just so she could hear a boy say that he likes her. And she's like, I have to make good on this. I have to fix my mistakes. I need to make sure that they all survive. But, you know, that's just me speculating. So things that don't get addressed. In the time loop break ending, okay, so the final ending, yeah, the games doesn't address Ava's brainwashing or the memories being fake. So is the ending really a happy one? Yeah, I feel like that ties into the whole, there needs to be a little bit more of the story. Like, even if they put a story lock. So they're like, no, you literally cannot get this ending until you've gotten every other ending. And then you get every other ending, and they're like, okay, here's the final ending, and more story and expansion there, so that you know what happens to them. Because, yeah, they don't know that their memories are fake. They don't know they're clones. They don't know that they're not human. They don't address Ava's brainwashing, which seems like it's permanent now, as long as she doesn't see Commune get killed. Also, since they had to jump timelines, did they really break the loop? Because if this breaks the loop, despite them not being in the original timeline, that would mean that the one where you reunite two halves of the SDU from different timelines also breaks the loop ending. I think that's what the implication is that both of them break the loop. Or maybe it has to be that all of the members from one timeline survive. And so this one doesn't count because half of them died in two different timelines. Whereas in that one, their timeline was them going to a different timeline. That was their timeline. It wasn't the SF timeline itself that they had to survive in. It was the timeline of them. So if they got scattered throughout all of the different timelines on like day 17 or something, they couldn't have done it on day 17 because that wasn't a blood wave spike. But anyway, they get scattered. If they all survived in that timeline, then it would count. They would break the time loop. But they just had a better chance if they all stuck together. Yep, I got all the bonding events. Oh, well, that's the wrong button. What? I missed a Kiriko bonding event. What do you mean I missed a Kiriko? I missed an Eito bonding event. What are you talking about? Anagaku? What? What are you talking about? I missed all these timelines. These events. And there's obviously the inconsistent drones. Oh my god, don't even bring up the friggin' drones with me. I'm so upset with them. The 6th events are from post-fake memory realization seconds and... Oh, okay. Right, because I didn't get a chance to... Yeah, like if I go to this one.
Shit, man. This pain, my mom, none of them were real?
Yeah.
This is a bunch of...
I obviously didn't get all of those. The audio gallery. Oh yeah, there's 2 different versions of Carousel. There's the song that I can't play. Because if I play it, I automatically get copyright struck. Hey! I'm just clearing out all these. Anything else that didn't get answered? I feel like there were a couple things that I said these better get answered by the end, but I don't remember what they were. Fucking the screenshots for these are Kyoshiki getting blown to smithereens and Takamura getting blown to smithereens. Yeah, was there any... honestly, most of my noises with the game come from the lack of story weight and things being very convenient. I can't think of any other things that didn't get straight up addressed right now. Understandable. Oh my god, look at all these. Because they had to have one for every possible iteration of everyone. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I was hoping there was going to be like one more that was like a secret video. Fucking Ava. Pregnant Ava. Like, for example, on the time loop break ending, there's no real obstacle Takumi and Hiroko face that they are intentionally trying to tackle. The obstacle is the fact that someone always fucking dies. So they need to, like, make it so that no one dies. That's the big obstacle. Is the fact that someone keeps dying. Hey! It's my buddy. This is... really? I guess, yeah, because it's ending 54 and 55. That just feels weird that right smack dab in the middle. Yeah, the obstacle is that someone always fucking dies. Tell me a point where in the time loop ending route someone is about to die and they prevent it. Good point. Yeah, there's never like a, hey, someone's about to die. The only ones that are at risk of dying are Takumi and Hiroko. Yeah, there should have definitely been something that was like, hey, we're gonna fucking, like, Gaku's about to kick it because Veshness shows up and just, like, stabs him through the spleen. And we have to stop that. Fucking Takumi being an asshole. Basically save Shion, but they've taken him out of the machine in other routes. With the missiles already being charged, Takumi and Hiroko have already happened to get the liver mortis codes. They didn't gather for that explicit purpose, you know. Yeah. I think the whole obstacle of trying to keep everyone alive is not so much that, hey, someone is going to die. It's the, hey, someone always ends up dying. So we need to make it so that no one dies this time. Somehow. So it's more their PTSD than anything else. And you know what would have been such an easy fix too? Deal with Kakuji in this route and not in an adjacent... Yeah, they should have had to deal with Kakuji. Plus we would have gotten more, like flushing out of Ima and stuff. Hold on, I've got a voicemail. Let me listen to it real quick. See what it is. tell me the phone number. Wow. Okay, other things that never get addressed. Why did Veshinus find the time leap machine and learn how to operate in the serial battles timeline? Because apparently anyone who finds a parallel leap machine knows how to use it. Eito took one look at it and knew how to use it. Kakuji knew how to use it. Like, Hirako, it makes sense. Takumi, it makes sense. Because Hirako probably spent like 5 timelines trying to figure out how to use it. Takumi was taught how to use it by Hirako. Eito, I could give a pass because he's smart. But Kakuji is all about combat smarts, not I know how to work computers. Eito's inconsistent possession of Takumi, it's because he was trying to get like stronger. He was trying to take control over time. Why Gidata can stick in brains between loops. That's actually explained. That's just because it's Takumi. And so they get rid of the Gi, but the Gi data is in his brain. And since his memory and his brain is being transported back in the time loop, it would take the Gi data with it. Better question is, how come in the multiple Eitos route, when he's possessing Takumi, does he never end up dealing with the Gi data? It's never even mentioned or alluded to. Eito should have been having to fight Takumi for control with the Gi. If the Gi data is stuck in loops, how did Eito's whole deal with multiple Eitos not do anything similar? I mean, that's the same question. Yeah. Okay, now I need to figure out how to get... Get that separate. Did that work? Oh, nope. It did not. Yeah, what was up with the stupid meteorites that just make Nozomi shiny? The frickin', what was it? The something ray. Shion cloning thing they pull out their ass for the missiles being charged. Well, no, not really. That one makes sense because they literally have clones of Shion. That's like a whole thing, is that they have clones. So it makes sense that they had clones. That one at least makes sense. But yeah, the meteorites making Nozomi shiny, that made no sense and was never explained. I don't know why Ato's personality didn't get carried over as well as the gi. Even if they just like had like a little throwaway line of like, oh yeah, no, it's actually like gi data has existed before, but it seems to be getting stronger. And it's like, okay, it's because Ato is like merging with it. Fish from the comedy route, but it's the comedy route and non-canon to me. Understandable. Like, that makes sense. Alright. So, I've got all the routes here. I don't have the endings, but I've got the endings where I can look them up. But I'll just, like, remind me if I'm trying to remember. So, the Last Defense Academy first scenario, that's Route 0. That one, I mean, that one was pretty good. It added some, like it set it up. So it's a prologue, so it has to be good. If it was no good, then it would make no sense, because you wouldn't be hooked and want to play 100 Line 2. It wasn't perfect, and it did kind of like skip over a lot of characterization and stuff. Like it was the only one that had every single day, and didn't skip any days. But at the same time, like, it felt almost rushed in some aspects, since you had to focus on all, it would have been 17 characters? 16, because Shion didn't really show up too much. Route 0 did skip days? Oh, see? Shows how much I remember from, you know, a year ago. Not many, but there is a point where Takumi is knocked unconscious. I did like the fact that it kind of tried to explain that in the other timelines, where it's like, hey, why does Takumi keep passing out for like 15 days straight? And it's like, yeah, because you've got the gi taking over, as well as Hiroko and Takumi keep showing up and injecting him with sedatives and knocking him out. Second scenario was really, really good. Thank you. I really liked the second scenario. It was bittersweet, but, you know, I'd probably say S tier. Because Ato freaking hit him on the head. Right. But yeah, like, second scenario was really good. Like you said, it's what a lot of people think of as, you know, the only other, like, possibly canon ending, because it actually has continuation and closure and stuff. Although, how? Is it just Takumi and Hiroko that are getting yanked back in the time loop? And everyone else can continue on? Because how does Nozomi go on to become a teacher and, like, try and make Futurans and humans coexist if the time loop resets at 10 a.m. on day 100? Second scenario is S tier. If I had to pick my true ending, it is second scenario, but I'm mad because it's not canon. I mean, it can be canon. Any ending can be canon. You're thinking of a Rebellion route ending? Am I? Oh, is second scenario the one where it just ends with her just wandering off and, like, meeting a kid, a future kid, and being like, I'm gonna befriend these people now? Because I remember second scenario is the one that had, second scenario was the one where Nozomi hung out outside the school while they all went in to kill the baby. and the baby, like the intercept system happened and everyone died. Except for Takumi, and he absorbed all their cryptoglobin and then went and blew himself up. Second scenario ends in Nozomi extending her hand for a future kid. Yes, because everyone else is dead, and she's like, I'm gonna live on for them. How, though? Like, the time loop doesn't happen there. Or does he get yanked back? Like, do all of these endings actually have anyone that's still surviving continue on afterwards? And it's just Takumi and Hiroko just, like, fade from existence? People think about the second scenario one as their true ending. The vast majority of players do not know it's a time loop and that there is a true ending because time loop break. Ah. Yeah, I mean, you don't know that there's a time loop for a while because you think it's just, oh yeah, it's just different timelines and we're going through, and you don't realize, oh yeah, no, it's because we're trapped until we get the correct ending. Reset route. This was the one where this is the one where they realize that they're clones, and Sirei gives them a choice of either facing reality or living in a dream, right? Hiroko explains stuff about, hey, you might remember bits and pieces, but you don't remember a lot. Anyway, they sometimes go on for longer, but because you don't remember properly, so it looped. Yeah. Yeah, Hiroko. Reset's the one that was like, hey, you can choose to, we will brainwash you. We'll brainwash everyone so that you forget everything that you've learned. And you can just think that you are in school, like a regular school, right? That was the reset route. The reset route is the one where SDU is supposed to repopulate the planet, being the only people alive despite being clones of one person. And there's Nozomi too. Yes, well, we don't know how clones work. Maybe clones can repopulate. And they do believe they're in a regular school. Yes. That one kind of sucked. That one was kind of dumb. Like, it... I get, like, the, hey, we need to repopulate the planet kind of thing. But there's humans up there. So why are we leaving it all to these kids? Or, oh, no, wait. The artificial satellite got destroyed in the reset route, didn't it? Clones could, but that population would not last long. Yeah. It would be riddled with birth defects. Absolutely. But yeah, reset route kind of sucked. Goodbye, Ato. Goodbye, Ato. There are no humans out there. Yeah, it was one where Veshnius blows up satellite. Yes. Goodbye, Ato is part of the reason why I actually started to like Ato again. Like, it felt like it was a little too late, but it also gave characterization to Ato and made him, like, an actual person. Goodbye, Ato is the one where you outcast him and he's blind at the Second Academy. Yes. And he meets up with the future and kids and ends up either blowing himself up or killing, like, himself. Yeah, he blows himself up because he's got the detonator. That he got the detonator as he left. And he goes to Second Academy while blind and gets attacked by a bunch of invaders. I don't know what to call them other than invaders, the battle pets. And sacrifices himself to save a bunch of future and kids. Like ironically seeing through Ato's eyes, made him actually more understandable, and made him actually somewhat likable. Because it's like, okay, that was like your first hint of, hey, if he didn't have this stupid glitch in his brain, he would actually be a decent person. But because he has this glitch, he literally just cannot fathom working alongside them. It also brings up a good point, though, speaking of Ato and the glitch and all that. He thinks that humans are disgusting creatures. They smell bad, they look ugly, their voices are grating. I mean, clearly it's all in his head. But there's only one human in the entire game. So he shouldn't have been acting like that with everyone else. Hey, how they ended up handling the glitch. They just basically magic away the problem for the SF route. Well, how would you suggest that they get rid of the glitch? Because they obviously need to keep everyone alive. Are you saying that they should have just kept him prisoner the whole time and been like, no, you're staying alive, but you're not allowed to fight or work with us or anything? Like, they had to get rid of the glitch. Like, yeah, it was a little bit of an ass pull to be like, oh, we've got this thumb drive that literally erases glitches in your brain. But how else would they do it? They don't get rid of the glitch. They just deal with it and get Ato on the same side another way. They have to deal with it and get Ato on the same side another way. Happen in second scenario? They happen in second scenario because he blinded himself. And like burned out the hairs in his nose. And wore earplugs. Are you suggesting they should have done that? Because actually, honestly, I would have been fine with that. In fact, I thought before they introduced the brain glitch repair system that that's what they were going to do. Because I'm like, okay, if everyone has to stay alive in this timeline, Ato's going to end up blinding himself again. Happened in second scenario because Takumi spared Ato a second time. Yeah. The whole Ato gouging out his eyes was his choice. Yeah, I know. I know it was his choice. That's what I'm saying is they would have ended up having him gouge his eyes. Them being the programmers, developers, whatever, of the game, the writers, would have had him gouge out his own eyes again. Like, that could have worked too, because I think I said it last stream too, I liked that they were taking different parts from different timelines and like patchworking and like squishing them together to be like, okay, this worked in this timeline, so we're doing that, and that worked in that timeline, so we're doing that. But still, like, Goodbye Ato route, I actually liked. Rebellion. Rebellion was the one where they... That's right, I've got the endings here. Rebellion route, that was Failed Alliance, and My War, and Seeds of Hope. Okay. I gotta get back to Debussy. There we go. So that was the one where they knew that they were clones, and they said, screw humanity. Humanity's evil. Yeah, Goodbye Ato route is good. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Basically, they could get Ato on their side by showing him that he was wrong about humanity, like with the spare. I'm mostly complaining about SF having the true ending and refusing to tie the loose ends up in a satisfying way. Yeah, it definitely... Like, sometimes when there's a true ending, you can tell that they had the true ending planned from the beginning. This time it's the opposite. It feels like they went, oh shit, we need to have one, like, actually good ending. So, what do? Crap, we've already made like 78 endings at this point before they even started planning it out. Yeah, so Rebellion was the one where they realized that they found out that they were clones. SF time loop break ending feels so cheap. Yeah, it also feels rushed. Like, they all feel rushed. But Rebellion route was the one where they either... Like, they found out that they were clones, said screw humanity, and either decide to keep fighting on the side of humanity at the end, or saying, no, we're not fighting with humanity, we're going to side with the Futurans. That was the one that had Nozomi being a teacher. That was the one that had Takumi and Commune after 20 years or whatever. Which, how does that work with the time loop? Takumi 20 years later? How does that work? But he gets like a treaty where the humans and Futurans work together and can coexist. Which I liked that idea, but it was kind of like just thrown out real quick. I'm going to say B. Rebellion has one of my favorite endings. It was rushed, but I like Takumi and Commune working to get a diplomatic ending. Yeah, that was really good. Like I said, it was a good ending. It was a good idea, but it was rushed. Also, again, it's a time loop, so yeah, it's a time loop. Like, SF existing throws so many of these others completely, like, out of whack. Because how does the Rebellion route work? Hell, how does the reset route work? Because the reset route, doesn't that end on, like, day, like, 98 or something like that? So how do they reset to the beginning and start repopulating the planet if Takumi's just going to give reset in 2 days? So it clearly continues on past 100. Reset route is day 100. Okay, so then how? Unless Sirei knows about the time loop, and then that's a different timeline. That makes no sense. Eva. Eva endings were Takumi falls in love with Eva and says, screw you guys, and runs off with Eva, gets her pregnant. And then they have... This is one... Hiroko hand waves it away because the game does not want to give an actual explanation. Yeah, seriously. They're just like, I don't know. It's just like, it happens. Sometimes the time loop works. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, Eva route was another one that breaks the time loop. Takumi gets Eva pregnant, which... What was the other ending? Ava route was Thank You and the Wanderers. Thank You was the one where Ava sacrifices herself, right? She sacrifices herself to save Takumi because they don't leave the academy. And then Ava's the one where they leave the academy and are on the run the entire time. That ending... Yeah, Ava fights Veshness, and the fight ends in both dying. Right. Because she wanted to protect the man she loves. A whole lot to unpack there. Clearly she can't actually love him. She's brainwashed. All that fun stuff. Although, I want to say that was one of the ones where she broke the brainwashing. But, either way. The... runaway ending. That one, I would have said was like an A, because it was like, it was the same kind of feeling as the Rebellion route, where Takumi and Commune work together to like make peace between the humans and Futurans. Because it's like, look, their child is like a symbol. It's a symbol that Futurans and humans can get along. Like, it's symbolic, it's perfect, okay? Well, it's not perfect, but it's, you know, it's like a start. It's going, look, they can get along, they can coexist. And so it's like, okay, that's actually that's a good ending. And then you find out that Takumi is a Futuran clone. And all of a sudden, that ending loses all of its symbolism. All of its, like, gravitas. And all of a sudden, the endings kind of suck. Like the I'm gonna fight to the death for the man I love could have worked, but was rushed and felt dumb, and she was brainwashed. Like, Ava's losing all agency gets rid of a lot of the like importance of all of her things, like all of her endings. Multiple Atos. Multiple Atos in a vacuum is really good. I like it in a vacuum. Like, knowing the other endings, it doesn't make as much sense. Like you said, why does it only affect Takumi in this one route and never again? Like, why does it not affect him? Does the Gi data, like, override? Actually, I just saw something. The multiple Atos route is one of the timelines that they didn't go to. So the reason why Ato didn't show up in the other ones that they went to is they used the brain glitch removal thing, and it got rid of Ato as well as the Gi data. And we're just going to say, we'll say, you know, that the Gi data is stronger than the Ato. So as long as the Gi data is there, it overwrites the Ato data. But the Ato data is in a timeline that you don't have the Gi data. That's the only way I can think of it working. But I did really like the Ato routes, the multiple Ato route, because of the way that Takumi deals with it. Like, I'm not always a huge fan of the, oh, haha, I'm taking over your brain and you're slowly losing control kind of thing. Which is why the Gi data stuff was kind of dumb. But I did like the way he fought back. And he's like, all right, fine. Well, guess what? One of us is going to lose. And I'm just going to keep killing us over and over again until you give up. I'd say it's slightly better than Rebellion, though. You don't buy that, but the whole Gi infection is a bootstrap paradox on its own, so I'm not going to be too fussed over it, right? Like, this game should not have been written by like 7 different people. As much as it would have overworked Kodaka and Uchikoshi, they should have just put their heads together and written the whole thing themselves. Koi, you do realize that the ending where Takumi tries to make Ato give up, Takumi still loses, right? Yes. Yes, I realize that. But I like that Takumi kept trying. Like, it showed determination on Takumi's behalf, because he kept going. Like, he was about to give up, and then he kept going. To the point where he literally thought he had won. And he didn't lose because he lost determination or lost hope or anything. He literally ran out of strength. He fought until he literally could not fight anymore. Serial battles. That was the one where Tsubasa... No. Serial battles was not the one where Tsubasa couldn't set off the bomb. That's Veshnus. Serial battles was the one where we had to fight all the commanders like twice because Veshnus kept bringing them back. I don't remember like anything else about it except that we kept fighting people. Like, what was the story of it? Was it just like a throwaway route where it's like, hey, no, we just have to keep fighting because Veshnus keeps throwing people at us? Was there any actual like information given in that timeline? Serial battles, you reject Shion and you do battles every other day. Yeah, was there any like overarching story to it? I guess what I'm asking is, was there any importance to that timeline at all? It confirms you about the existence of other timelines. That's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that... Yeah. Like, if the... I don't really have any strict requirements for what goes where on the tier list. But one of the things that I kind of am looking for is something that has importance to the overall story. Like, serial battles didn't do anything except go, there's other timelines, which you already know. Like, you literally know because you've got the flowchart at this point. The only thing you don't know is that the timelines, you might not know that the timelines are canon to the story. And you might think that, oh, this is just like, you know, metaphysical, I'm going through different timelines because I'm the player. You don't know that, oh, you can go through other timelines as the character. No like. You're not gonna like it? Oh. Veshnus brings out commanders from different timelines for you to fight, including yourself. Yes, that's the one where you had to fight 2 Veshnuses. I'm saying is, yes, it confirms the existence of other timelines. But as the player, you already know about the other timelines. You already know that other timelines exist because of the whole flowchart and timeline map that you have. The only thing that it confirms for you is that the characters can also manipulate the timelines. But that is done so much better in other timelines. It confirms there's a way to travel between them. Yes, but other timelines confirm that better. Like, do they ever actually mention the PLM in the serial battles route? Or is it just, hey, somehow she keeps bringing other commanders back. I thought we already fought this one. And then you only get the context from other timelines where you find out about the PLM and you parallel leap and stuff. Yeah, serial battle does not do it well. Characters being able to manipulate timelines is a pretty big thing to reveal. I think Veshnus might have said a machine. Okay, which, yeah, that doesn't... Okay, a machine, all right. That makes you think there's a time machine, but not a parallel leap machine. But like, hey, she can go back in time and get the commanders. She can go back to a previous time and get the other Veshnus. It doesn't do anything to confirm the parallel leaping. Or told about, I brought them in from other timelines. She did confirm they were brought in from other timelines. She did. Okay. Okay. But still, other timelines did it so much better. Serial Battles was such a nothing timeline. Still, bad route. Absolutely, yeah. And it could have been so good, too. Like, if it was one that... Like, if there were two routes where you knew about the Parallel Leap the whole time. There was SF, and then there was Serial Battles. And so, like, Hiriko and you were trying to find a way to stop her from jumping into other timelines and taking them. But it's like, no, she's managed to replicate the technology. But then, even if they just acknowledged, hey, she's using a PLM, then it's like, okay, cool. Now we've got something going on here. We've got something that we're doing. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I saw someone on Twitter that said that they had an idea for a good route where Kurata gets kidnapped by the invaders and then forced to use use her technology to help them build weapons. And I think that would have been a really good way for them to bring up the Undying Flames missile that Veshnus uses to destroy the artificial satellite. If it's like, hey, no, Kurata helped them, that would have like actually brought like explanation for how she fucking did that. Conspiracy. I think Kurata helping could be an interesting thing to happen in another timeline. Yeah. Like, she gets kidnapped. She gets, like, she's forced to work on their weapons to help them get stronger. And then she learns the truth. She learns that she's a Futuran clone. That, like, the humans are the invaders themselves. And she's like, oh, well then, fuck them. And she starts helping them willingly. Because imagine if it was like, hey, we've got someone that should be part of our team that's not Ato. Because we know Ato's crazy. Kurata isn't crazy like that. And yet she's helping them willingly. What's going on? Why would she do that? And it like adds some intrigue to it. Like, what did they do? Did they brainwash her? She seems to be acting the same as she did before. But she keeps calling us invaders for some reason. What's going on? I just think that would be cool. Conspiracy sucked. Conspiracy was clearly a timeline where they're just like, shit, we got to get like 8 more endings out because we're only at 92. What do? I don't think Kurata would help without being forced to. I think she's like that with just personality-wise. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Conspiracy sucked. They were clearly just like trying to get to 100 endings. Oh yeah, we somehow managed to sneak in a program so that Nigo would actually like turn into a different personality and help you guys get back to the artificial satellite sooner. Huh? Oh, but if you sneeze wrong, then you get like tasered to death and the time loop resets. That way you can have like 50 different fucking endings. Why did Hiriko snitch? I remember that was one of the endings, was you tell either Kurata or Hiriko about the plan. And if you tell Hiriko, she goes, oh yeah, let me meet up with you later. And then immediately goes and snitches to Sire. Why would she do that? Conspiracy had an interesting idea, but then they cut up into the stupidest route in the game. Exactly. Like, it's a cool idea if it was broadened more. if they stretched it out more and we're like, hey, so now you know that there's someone else, like, they're trying to get you guys back because this is wrong. And then they could have added in, like, humans are the real invaders. We feel guilty for, you know, what humanity's been doing to the Futurans. So we're going to try and get you guys back because we need to put an end to this. And then it's like, okay, over the course of the next, like, 40 days, you're slowly, like, trying to get your way back and, like, figure things out and stuff. But no, it literally, like, from the time that the conspiracy route starts to when it ends is, like, 4 days. Kiriko was brainwashed in that timeline, like mild brainwashing, which they didn't address in second scenario now that I'm thinking about it. At some point, they just started acting normal again. Yeah. Yeah. Conspiracy sucked. And it didn't even really suck for the premise because the premise was good. It sucked because of the execution. It was good, and then it just fell flat on his face and got tased. Casual. Casual was the brainwashing route, right? That was the one where you were brainwashed like the entire time and just like going through the motions, and then they're like, hey, you did a really great job in that battle, and Takumi's like, what battle? Did anything happen in that one? Or was that just like a, hey, brainwashing exists? Let's see. Casual. That's conspiracy. Yeah, right. The conspiracy route endings are a fair point. You get tased. Just a test, you get tased with the same CG. Plans exposed, C-Ray catches you. Conspiracy route, empty words. You get tased. Out of ideas, C-Ray catches you. Faltering resolve, you get tased. Liar, you get blown up. Lambs to the slaughter. I don't remember that one. Those are just hallucinations of the Matrix reference at the end. Right, the take the red pill or take the blue pill. Or no, that was conspiracy. Wait. Casual route was the one that ended with face reality or embrace fantasy. Casual route was the one that was like, hey, no, you're all, you know, like in the school. So then, what was reset route? Oh. Okay, reset route only had one ending. Reset literally had one ending, and it was just, you reset. Just go back to the beginning. They both had a red pill, blue pill thing? Ah. Oh yeah, I didn't even check to see, but, like, is the music coming through when I'm on this? Because I've been playing, like, Claire de Lune this whole time, so that I've got some background music, but I don't even know if it's working. Also, where is... Did I go past Claire de Lune? There it is. You can hear the music? Okay. Okay, so yeah, casual route was bad. Reset route was, hey, welcome back. Like, you reset and now you got to repopulate. Casual route was the, hey, you've been brainwashed this whole time. you're going to die if you face reality right now. Or you can live a full life in this fantasy world before you die. Either way, you're going to die. Because C-Ray really fucked over everyone by brainwashing you this whole time. So you couldn't protect everyone. But you can either go and face reality at the last minute, or you can live out a life in the fantasy and just like, it'll be like the reset route. Which was dumb. It was just, hey, brainwashing exists. Like, I might say that, because at least it had, like, the ending was okay, where it's like, hey, yeah, we've fucked you over this whole route. At the last minute, do you want to actually, like, face reality, or do you want to escape into your own head? And it's like, okay, there's like a little, like a moral quandary there. Box of Blessings. I know a lot of people do not like Box of Blessings. I was okay with it. I wouldn't say that it was great. It's definitely low B tier. B for Box of Blessings, you see. I didn't mind it as much as some people did. I actually kind of liked it. It was completely an ass pull. And it's like, hey, everything's all good. And you opened up the right boxes, and now you can make a wish. And yes, it had the Gaku wishes that he could be a harem protagonist, but everyone is alive again. So it's almost like a bittersweet kind of thing. Because it's like, yeah, everyone, like all the girls that come back are in love with Gaku, but everyone is alive. And even in a harem anime or something, they don't all end up dating the protagonist. So it's not like, oh, everyone is forced to only care about Gaku. I legitimately was about to fall asleep in Box of Blessings. They very near copy-pasted the text for all 4 branches in the route. I was about to go honk me. Honk shoe. Understandable. The concept of it was good. I like the concept. The execution wasn't the best, but it was definitely better than, you know, some other routes that we could mention, that we've already mentioned before. Box of Calamity. Box of Calamity was really good. And they, maybe not quite that good. Not just because it's like, hey, you can fuck up, but also the fact that it introduced the overarching villain of the entire game. It added, like, mystery. It's the whole reason why everything went to shit in other timelines. Like, the Box of Calamity, the Calamity literally was the calamity of all the timelines. Like, all the timelines were affected by the Box of Calamity timeline. Concept was good, execution was bad, I sleep. It introduced it to you. I actually learned about Guy in the zombie route. Oh, really? I mean, understandable. I guess just, in my opinion, the way that I was introduced to everything, Box of Calamity worked perfectly. Like, I feel almost like I went through the canon routes that I was supposed to. Because I found out about the Guy. Like, you could have found out about the Guy in, like, 4 different timelines. But I feel like I found out about the Guy in the right timeline to find out about them. For me, Box of Calamity was still interesting, though. Exactly. Yeah, like, definitely better than Box of Blessings. Box of Blessings was alright. Box of Calamity was better than alright. Because it introduced so many different concepts. It introduced Kakuji. It introduced, like, okay, where did Hirokoja send this? And especially with the way that I played through it, it worked perfectly because then I had completely forgotten about Kakuji. And so when she showed back up, I completely forgot that she was missing in the Box of Calamity route at that point. I was a little bit grumpy that it didn't let me, like, it's like, oh, well, okay, you're going to open boxes. And I'm like, okay, well, I already know that I got to open the prime number boxes. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. Like, imagine if the Box of Calamity route had one ending where you could actually get the correct ending. Yeah, the way we get introduced can affect opinions a lot. Absolutely, absolutely. This might be the toughest one that I have to do. Cult of Takumi. Because on one hand, it is absolutely awful and creepy, and anyone who thinks it's their favorite timeline, I do not trust them. But it also had a really good concept. The events of it were really weird and kind of creepy. But the overall, like, ideal of it, of them having someone that they can, like, adulate and that they adore and that keeps them together, works perfectly. The endings were creepy as hell. But I'm not averse to creepy as hell stuff. I like creepy. I'm going to put it as much as I dislike the endings and the way it is, and how I think that anyone who thinks it's their favorite, they're creepy and not to be trusted. Because why would, hey, I'm taking pheromones against my will and against my knowledge for quite a while of it, so that everyone is in love with me. Like, he's basically taking a date rape drug himself that causes other people. But at the same time, it was really well written. It was extremely well written. You could feel the emotions. Like, it was a good route objectively. Not looking at the actual, like, consequences of it and stuff. It was a very well written route. You don't hate the idea around the route from a horror standpoint. Hate the descriptions of it, though. Exactly. Like, for a creepy ending, a creepy route, it is amazing. To watch everyone just slowly lose their minds and start to obsess over Takumi. And to see him even fall into that. Because he goes from being like, whoa, this is kind of creepy, to being like, well, I need to do it to keep everyone from fighting and to keep everyone's spirits high, to, this isn't too bad. Like, it affects everyone. And I like that horror aspect to it. I don't like what happened with that, but I love the writing of it. Veshness. Oh, Veshness. This was the one where Tsubasa didn't blow up the bomb. Veshness takes over the school. And I want to say there are only 2 endings for this one. There were indeed. There was making the impossible possible, and Here With You. I want to say making the impossible possible was the one where you went along with her against your will, and she killed everyone and made you absorb their hemoanima. Because she had, like, it was weird. She almost was acting like she had the pheromone in her. Because she was, like, growing attached to Takumi. Sure, she used the excuse of, it's because you're the strongest and I want to fight the strongest. But she actually was like, it's hard to explain, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, this was the one where she wanted, where she made him absorb all the hemoanima. Like, he refused to go along with her plan, and she forced him to absorb all the hemoanima until he had absorbed all of them, and then she's like, sweet, now we can fight. And then this was the one where he refused, or where he agreed to go with her, and he, like, fell in love with her, or, like, got Stockholm Syndrome or something, and they ran off together and died. One of these endings I thought was really dumb. One of these endings I didn't mind. Veshness' route was good up until it was time to make the endings. Yeah. One of these endings I thought was really dumb. One of these endings I didn't mind too badly. And you might be surprised by which one I thought was really dumb. I feel like Takumi wouldn't have absorbed the hemoanima either way. Like, he would not have absorbed the cryptical open because he already said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to kill my friends. And so when she's like, well, I just killed them, absorbed their hemoanima, why'd he go, okay? This one, Stockholm Syndrome exists. Here with You is dumb. Impossible Possible is better. Like I said, you're going to be surprised by which one I think was better. Not saying it was a lot better, but it was a little bit better because they are the two commanders of the opposite sides. So it almost has like a Romeo and Juliet thing going on where they're like, they can't get along. They're not allowed to get along. But she shows an almost softer side to her. She starts to actually like pity him and try and get to know him for once, instead of just going, I'm gonna kill you. And he goes, I'm gonna kill you. And so I'm not saying that I liked the ending itself, but I liked the events leading up to it, where it's like, okay, we're seeing a different side of Veshness. We're seeing a side where it was possible that maybe she didn't need to become evil like this. Like, for most of the SF route, she wasn't entirely evil. Sure, she wanted to kill the SDU and all that, but she also stuck to her, like, her religious teachings and stuff. She wasn't a complete monster. And Here With You shows almost like a what if, like a, hey, there was a chance, not this point, but way earlier, when she could have possibly not turned into the person that she became. And I like when it's like, hey, look at what could have happened. Makes no fucking sense for Veshnius to fall in love with Takumi. Takumi getting Stockholm syndroming, that's fine. Veshnius would never, though. Not in the amount of time we got, at least. No. Absolutely not. Like I said, like, it doesn't work, but I like the implications that it kind of hints at. Like, if she had taken over the school on, like, day 10, and then you had the entire time up until day 100, then that'd be one thing. Because then it's like, okay, there's time. She's slowly starting to let her guard down. He's slowly starting to let his guard down. You're starting to understand her character a little bit better. That would make sense. I like the idea of what could have happened. I hate that it had to involve love. Yeah, that's why, like I said, all the events leading up to the ending were good. The actual ending was dumb. Where did I put Veshnius? Oh, I dropped it back down here. So I'd say it's probably like... It was good up until the ending. Especially since it was a completely different kind of route. It was like casual, only done right. Because you don't get into a single fight after Veshnius takes over the school, because she's taken over the school. Just like casual, where you don't do like a lot of fighting because you're brainwashed. And so it's just like, hey, yeah, you were in a fight yesterday. You don't remember it though. You didn't actually do it. But Veshnius, it was done right. It was done well because it was a completely different route. Because there's no fighting, and it's like, hey, instead of having, all right, there's a fight here, a fight here, a fight here, and then you've got free time events here, 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 and then you've got a story beat here and a story beat here. It's, no, Veshnius took over. This is pretty much game over already. And then you're just dragged along as Veshnius toys with you. But then you get, like, little snippets of, okay, Veshnius could have turned out differently. And I like that. And then the ending came. There could have been a lot... There actually could have been a lot of things to develop in the Veshnius route. And a lot of things to explore. Like the internal commander dynamics, because there was some of it. Yeah. Like how Adamakyu hated Veshnius. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We're going to get like a whole rebellion thing going on. And then nothing came of it until like the very end, where he's like, yeah, no, like he dropped hints every once in a while. He's like, hey, Tsubasa, we're totally gonna do this. We're gonna take her down. And then he disappeared for like 10 days. And he's like, hey, I don't remember who it was. It was like Term Tammy, I think. And they were like, hey, we're gonna take down Veshnius. Are you with us? And it's like, imagine if that was going on throughout the whole route. And the route was longer. You could have had like a whole thing of like the rebellion slowly growing, and like the commanders end up like having to duck each other because it's like Adamakyu almost gets caught by, I don't know, Zenta. I think Zenta was one of the ones that was diehard following Veshnius. That kind of thing. And then they're like, hey, we're gonna go get Dalsha, and we're gonna break Dalsha out so that we can, you know, take down Veshnius. And then it has like a big battle at the end where it's like, hey, the SDU is now fighting alongside some of the commanders against Veshnius and the other commanders. So it's like you've got like 4 commanders that you're fighting against, but you've got 4 commanders with you. And it's like an all-out brawl, all-out war That would have been so cool. And like the whole time leading up to that, you're like slowly learning more about the commanders, learning more about Veshness, like getting all this backstory on them and stuff. That would have been so cool. But like most of the endings and most of the routes, it was rushed. A battle is surely brewing. Exactly, yeah, sure. Coming of age. Coming of age is like Veshness in the sense that the events throughout are okay. They're cool. It's like, yeah, okay, it's got a couple like little references to like shonen manga and coming of age manga and slice of life manga and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, yeah, but you know, those are actual tropes that happen in real life and they happen in movies and stuff. I really liked the beach brawl with Kurata and Nozomi. Like that was like cathartic. Like I liked that. But like Veshness, the endings fucking sucked. It was going so good, and it was like, okay, yeah, we're working together. We're a team. We're gonna do this. We're fighting well. Oh no, it looks like we're not gonna win. And then suddenly, Deus Ex Machina. Let's pull out these pins that have that have fucking hemoanima in them that superpower us. Like, it felt good to be superpowered in the battle, but the way that they got the superpower and the like whole climax of that route made the whole thing worse. I'd actually say that it's high D tier. The ending was that bad. Love the ending where Takumi gets locked in a cage. True ending for real, for real. Yeah. But yeah, the ending, like, I've said it before, and I'm sure I'll say it several more times, but a mediocre story can be saved by a really good ending. A good story with a good ending is great. A mediocre story with a bad ending, it just sucks. But a good story with a bad ending just dashes all your hopes and makes it horrible. An ending can make or break an entire story. Coming of Age, I feel, had great story beats. It introduced the baby jar. It had the whole thing with Kurata and Nozomi on the beach. Like, it had all this stuff, and they were like building up friendship and working together and working through their problems and getting through their frustrations together and helping each other. It was great. And then the ending happened. And it literally tanked the entire route for me. Where is my phone charger? Yeah, then there are stories that step on a rake. Seriously. Oh boy. Retsnam. So Retsnam was the first route that I ever went on. And I played through this whole game organically. I didn't have guides. I didn't have people hinting at which direction to take anywhere. Retsnam was the first one that I got. And it stayed my favorite route for a very, very long time. And honestly, I feel like as of now, I wouldn't say it's my favorite, just because it does have a bit of an ass pull, with Retsnom whole thing. Plus, half the endings suck. But the first ending I ever got was such a diamond in the rough, such a gleaming example of what the endings could be. I started off on such a good foot. My first ever ending was Darmy possibly becoming Retsnom, we're not sure. And her getting everyone back alive at the cost of them being part of Retsnom. Like, that was the catch. And that was such a great ending for me. Because it's like, hey, everyone's alive, but at what cost? They're all alive, but are they really themselves? Basically, it did Box of Blessings correctly. Like, Retsnom and Box of Blessings were kind of the same kind of concept of, hey, there's this thing that we can use to bring people back to life. But whereas Box of Blessings is like, yeah, we get the 7 Dragon Balls and we make a wish and they all come back to life and now everything's hunky-dory. Retsnom was bittersweet. Because it's like, hey, you went through all this and you found the thing that you need to bring everyone back. But did you really bring them back? Was it worth it? It like leaves it ambiguous enough that you can have your own concept of like, was this a good ending? Was this a bad ending? That just like, it hits the sweet spot for me. Because I think it was a really, really good ending. But not that it was a really, really good ending. It was almost categorically not a good ending. But it was a good ending, if you catch my drift. Like, they have a clear path of like, oh, here's where I should go. And instead go, let me take a side path and go, what's this? Let me try stepping on it. And it's a rake. Oh, we haven't gotten to comedy yet. Don't worry. We'll get there. But yes, Retsnom will always have a place in my heart. I think it's only slightly beaten out by Second Scenario, which, if you notice, is the same kind of thing. Where it's a bittersweet ending. You get a good ending, but it's not exactly a good ending. Second Scenario, Nozomi survives, everyone else dies. It's sad. But she goes on and tries to make peace with the Futurans and goes, okay, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to try and make peace. Which works especially well since she's the only human. It wouldn't work as well if it was any of the Futurans that would try to do that. We like our bittersweet stuff. Exactly. Retsnom was the same kind of way. It was bittersweet. Everyone's back. Yay. But is it actually them, or is it just a copy made by Retsnom? Do we know? Do we care? I like the endings that make you think about that. Because do we know if, like, are they actually the same people, or are they copies of Retsnom? Do we care if they are copies of Retsnom? Or are we just happy that our friends are back? It's wool. And I have to feel like we both like the good endings as well, but they have to feel earned. Exactly. Exactly. I like the good endings, but they can't be rushed. They can't have an ass pull with them. Like, Coming of Age. It inarguably had a good ending. Everyone worked together. They defeated the bad guys. But the way that they got there was rushed and lazy. and it just didn't work. I'm gonna skip over SF for now. Romance. Romance almost kind of falls into the same kind of category that some of the other ones did. It had an interesting concept, and then the ending tanked it. I like the ending where he realizes that he doesn't love any of them and that he loves Nozomi, and so he goes to confess to Nozomi. Because that leaves the door open. Because he's like, hey, I love you, Nozomi. And she goes, a little too soon. Let's start as friends and go from there. And it's like, okay, cool. I like that. But then all the other endings. It's weird because some of the endings where you end up with the girls work. Like, they clearly, they felt like they were written for people who really like these characters. Like, if you really like Kurata, her endings work great. One of them has you leave her mask on, and she has you lick her boot. And you're like, okay, if you're into that dynamic, then that works. Because then you and Kurata are happy, and you want to make sure that Kurata stays happy. Honestly, Romance Route also changed my opinion on a character, so I'm a little biased. I know me being Arrow 100% influences this, but I was so annoyed with the entire route. The Nozomi ending was nice, but everything around it was eh. Except the Tsubasa section. Tsubasa section is cute because it's organic and not overly romantic. I'm getting there. Kurata route was decent. Kyoshika route was fucking cute as hell. Like, Kurata, I see as, like, not romantic. She just wants a friend. Kurata wants a friend that she can, you know, hang out with and bash shitty movies with. Which is fine. She wants a friend. She can have a friend. Kyoshika is a little too idealistic. She has an idea in her head of what she wants. She wants to have a family with like 4 kids and have a family picnic. And she hasn't thought beyond that. So it's like, okay, that's cute. I like that. She's got a plan in mind. She wants to have some kids and have a family picnic. She's got an ideal in her head. I hit the wrong button. Debussy, come back. Kurata is a little sister. Yes, she is a little sister. She's a little sister coded. Absolutely. She's cute. But she definitely, of the 3, she is like absolutely the one that I would pick last. Amoko makes me want to push her in the face in that I don't think I like anyone ending. Yeah, where she's like, oh, that's okay. Here, just sit on my lap. I love you, but I'm not going to say so. And it's okay. And it's like, don't patronize me. And honestly, you'll probably disagree with me because you're Arrow, but I was a little perturbed with the I like everyone route. Just because I thought it would have worked out better if he had gone polyamorous. I feel like it worked well, where he's like, I can't choose between them. I like them all. They all like me. So give us more time to figure this out. And we'll become like a big happy family or something. We'll figure it out as we go. Polycules exist. I've got nothing against polycules. But then they're like, oh yeah, no, that was all hallucination and Moko actually just punched you and sent you flying because how dare you play with a girl's feelings like that? And it's like, they didn't have an issue with the other ones liking them except for a bit of jealousy. So I feel like it could have worked if he was able to talk to them and see if they were cool with it. Obviously, if they're not cool with it, then they're not cool with it. Don't go there. But if they all liked him and they were like, well, we don't know how, like, their whole focus wasn't, well, I like him so you can't like him. Well, you like him so I can't like him. It was, I don't know, like, what am I doing with these feelings that I don't understand how these feelings work? Like, I don't get this. Why am I obsessed over kissing Takumi? What is going on? That was their focus. Their focus wasn't, I need to be better than the other ones. They were trying to figure themselves out. So the polycule thing could have worked. I'm not saying that the writers see it that way, but for me, Takumi and Kurata have a strong sibling vibe outside of the explicitly romantic scenes. Absolutely. No, I'm fine with the poly option. I don't like the creepy cult CG they did for it. Yeah, it was kind of weird and creepy. And I think the poly option would have been great. Yeah. I have nothing against non-conventional options. I actually would have liked a poly ending more than a let's force these characters in a hetero-romantic relationship because we have to. Yeah. Like, imagine if there was an ending where, like, you confess, like, you go, hey, I like all of them. But then it's like, oh, well, actually, while you were hanging out with Tsubasa this whole time, Kurata and Kyoshika started making out in the corner, and they realized that they actually like each other. So, they're off the table for you now. And it's like, okay, all right, fine, whatever. Like, they don't always have to be hetero-romantic. They kept dropping, like, little hints of, like, Kurata is clearly not straight. Kurata is so clearly not straight. And then they're like, now we're going to force her into a straight relationship with Takumi. And it's like, why? But yeah, no, I think it would have worked better if they had just kept the polycule and not had Moko get jealous or whatever that was at the end, where she's like, no, you can't play with the girl's feelings, even though they obviously did not show any signs of having a problem with that. And I have nothing against hetero-romantic relationships either. I just have things against it when it's something that the story forces them to be that way, because men and women can't be platonic. Yeah, okay, so you're not so much saying that, like, well, why does it always have to be a guy and a girl? It's a guy and a girl can't be friends without them having to have feelings for each other. Which, yeah, seriously. They kept doing that. It's like, no, they're allowed to just, like, be friends. The guy doesn't always have to want to bang the girl. The girl doesn't always have to want to bang the guy. They're allowed to be friends. They're allowed to have, you know, gay relationships, polycules, whatever. But yeah. Romance route. I didn't even go over the last one. Tsubasa. I went over Kurata. Definitely, she's the last on my list. If I had to pick between them, Kurata's last on the list for those three. Because she's definitely more of a friend than a lover or anything. She just wants someone to hang out with. Kyoshika, it's cute, ideal. She hasn't thought far enough ahead. Tsubasa, the romance route changed my thoughts on Tsubasa. Not so much that I, like, disliked her before or liked her before, but I didn't feel any one way or another about her. She was just kind of there. She was the one that just, hey, she's the one that fights well, like, she's really useful in battles, and she makes the technology and stuff. Cool. She's got her purpose. She's got her, like, little slot in the SDU. But then the romance route is when they went, all right, fine. Here, we're dumping all of her personality in here. We're going to make you actually feel like she's a real person. Like, you're going to start to get to know her. It was like what they did with Veshness. Only better. Like, Tsubasa in the romance route was great because, like you said, it wasn't overtly romantic. She liked Takumi, but it was more like a crush at that point. And she, like, they did it perfectly because they worked together in the same room, but they didn't really talk. She just enjoyed his company, and he enjoyed her company. Like, and it was organic. They actually grew to care more about each other. They grew to kind of explore those feelings in a healthy, normal way. Instead of just like, yeah, I had a dream that I kissed you, so now I'm in love with you, and I'm going to force this romance in you. She was like, I don't know how I feel about this, but I'm going to do my best to figure it out. So Moko says we need to hang out for 25 days, so we're just gonna hang out and see where that takes us. Like, I could actually see Tsubasa being like the canon ship because of the romance route. I mostly hate when stories force there to be a romantic interest because otherwise the story is interesting or whatever, and that romantic interest stuff is 99% of the time hetero-romantic. Yeah. I would call Kurata Takumi and Kyoshika Takumi forced. Kyoshika Takumi, not as much, but definitely forced. Tsubasa Takumi is nothing but. They're the best pairing in the game, and I'm not a person who really ships characters. They really are. Like, romance route, from that point on, like, I was like, okay, screw Nozomi, screw Karuha, Takumi and Tsubasa are the friggin' ship. They are the couple. Like, if there is a canon couple in this game, apart from Kyoshika and the Holy Jumonji Sword, it's Tsubasa and Takumi. Like, they're great. SF did try and kind of change that. But we'll get there. But yeah, overall, I'd say romance was like... high C? No, maybe low B? I got a lot of B's. Like, it... the good parts were really good, and the bad parts were really bad. So I'd say, yeah, right in the middle. Slasher route. Slasher route. This was the one where, right? Because Killing Game's right there and Mystery's right there. Slasher route was the one where someone kept running around in a suit and killing people. And it turns out it was Takumi the whole time because of the Gi data. Oh, but Slasher also had the zombie route, right? Yeah, Slasher is serial killer and zombie. Yeah. So that's the like quintessential Gi route. Like that one definitely, it bumps it up because it introduced so much stuff that became essential to the overall story of the whole game. And it definitely gets props for tricking me with that day change when he was reading the book. Like, I didn't even think to notice that because I'm just like, yeah, whatever, it's just days. And the zombie route, surprisingly for it being zombies, it's like, okay, we're throwing zombies in here now. But it was well done. It worked in universe. Like, and the fact that, like, the twist of it being Takumi the whole time and all that fun stuff, I'd say Slasher's like a low A. The zombie timeline and the serial killer timeline, those were good timelines. The ending sucked because everyone's dying and all that. But it introduced so many concepts that became like quintessential for the overall story of the game. It's also one of the most interconnected routes. Yeah, I'm still not normal about the dead Takumi being from the SF timeline the whole time. Right? Like, it's amazing. Like, it wasn't until I got to that point that I went, oh shit. And I realized, I'm like, oh shit. This is a bad ending because Takami's gonna die here. And it's like, yeah. Like, this whole time, like, you're playing as Nozomi for the rest of that timeline. But Takami's still alive. It's just Takagi. And you don't realize it. Like, that is so good. Comedy route. Comedy route was not good. Even the power of Benito couldn't save it. It had, I believe, like one time that it made me actually laugh. The problem was that the comedy was too out there and too forced. Like, I think the only time that it made me laugh was when Sirei showed up on the black screen to talk to the player and was like, you want me to, explain everything? Fuck you. And I'm like, okay, what? Like, the only time that I got any comedy out of it was when there wasn't comedy. When a story tries to be funny, it's usually not funny. Exactly. Like, it was too weird. It was too out there. They left Takami to die in one timeline. It made no sense, which comedy doesn't have to be senseless. It's allowed to be funny and make sense at the same time. Especially when, like, these guys are still fighting a war. Yeah, they're fighting a war, and it's like, well, now they've got fish heads, which just pop off when they need them to. It's like, okay, then what was the... Okay, I guess that was supposed to be comedy. Like, haha, yeah, we actually can just take the heads off whenever we want. It's like, what? I will say that it was a little bit funny that Sirei's like, oh no, they can't fight. We'd have to make whole new 3D models. I like when the humor gets a little bit like fourth wall. Like, it didn't make me laugh out loud, but it was still a little bit like chuckle-inducing, where it's like, huh, okay, they're being self-referential. They're self-aware that this is stupid and that they'd have to do more work. I like when things do that, where they're like, oh no, we ran out of budget. That kind of stuff. But yeah, they're fighting a war and they're running around with fish heads. They're fighting a war, and Takami is apparently not allowed to talk at all because everything he says is considered a quip and he blows up. Like, so many of those quips weren't quips. He was just asking a question. Fourth wall breaks can be fun. 25% of the comedy routes jokes were fourth wall breaks. Yeah, they can be fun. Can be. Killing Game. Killing Game, I thought, was pretty damn good. Like, anyone who got Killing Game first time around, I thought was probably pretty lucky because it has a great premise, a great story. It introduces weird, like, little plot twists and mysteries. Like, wait a second, who is the sponsor? Wait, we killed the sponsor and the sponsor came back. Wait, how is Eito here? I killed Eito. Who were all the other sponsors? When, like, 7 of them showed up? Who were all of those? Were those other Eitos? We never find out. Yeah, and they're fighting a war where it'll end in a literal genocide. But laugh, they have fish heads. Yeah, yeah. Like, if it wasn't in the middle of a war, some of the comedy might have landed a little bit better. Yeah, Killing Game, I feel... Killing Game, I feel, was actually really good. I think those sponsors are male gi piloted corpses. Oh, yeah, I think they did mention something like that, yeah. Like, could they have been the dead bodies of the people who died? Like, could it have been Kurata and Igamu and all that? Or I don't even remember if Igamu was one, Kyoshika was on. But they also could have just been gi-piloted corpses. And I liked the intrigue and how it's like, oh, well, hey, yeah, no, like, Eito's back somehow. Somehow Eito returned. I feel the Killing Game was really good. The Killing Game endings. Oh, that's right. The Killing Game endings had possibly the, like, scariest and saddest ending that I saw coming, but still was so sad and creepy. Slasher, comedy, Killing Game. Yeah. Escaping our fate. This would almost be a bittersweet ending if it wasn't for the fact that Takumi didn't die. If they had both died, then it would have been more, like, more bittersweet, and it might have ranked a little bit higher. But still, to see Takumi and Tsubasa, and they're like, yeah, we've made it, we escaped, even though you know they clearly didn't escape. And then it just cuts to this, and it's like, oh god. Yeah, it was a creepy ass ending. They probably piloted dead SDU members and a couple commander corpses. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it was... The problem was I got on the Killing Game route right after the romance route, so I was still, like, really high on my Tsubasa is fucking awesome, and to see her die like this was so sad. But it still was a really good ending. I'd say actually for that one ending, I'll bump it up one rank. Because that ending was so good. The whole thing was great. Like, definitely A tier. I love the Killing Game route. It was great. The mystery, what's gonna happen next. It kills Hiroko off, like, almost immediately, and it's like, what is going on? And then you gotta, like, drag Darmi around. Like, it was... It had so many great story beats. And then the endings were, like, they sucked, but in a good way. And some of them, literally, haha. Mystery Route. That's X. I was gonna say K, but it's not K. It was X. That was the, hey, someone's going around and threatening to blow people up if they don't kill someone else. That plot point was really dumb. Because, oh no, you're going to blow up Shoma if he doesn't kill someone? Shoma will just come back. Although, granted, the drones don't seem to exist in any timeline except for, like, 3 of them. So, maybe he wouldn't have come back. But, yeah, like, Mystery Route was really good. And that had a story lock in it, right? Yeah, because you had to figure out it was Kakuji. Like, it was a true mystery. It was really good that way, because it was like, okay, who is X? Who keeps telling people they kill other people and then they die? What is going on? I liked that they added a little bit of like an actual mystery in there, where they're like, you've got to collect clues and use these clues to figure out who was the killer. I wish they had done that more. And it had Kakoji. It had the villain of the story. Like, this lived up to his name. It was indeed a mystery. And then, last but not least, SF. SF is the one that's freshest in my mind, obviously, because I just did it. SF, I wouldn't say is the best ending. Like, the best, not the best ending, the best route. Because, like, I mean, it's pretty difficult to be least in this game. Yeah, unless you really don't try. Yeah, conspiracy set the bar low. Like, yeah, like, conspiracy was really shit. Serial battles was just nothing. Casual was just nothing. Coming of age was just dumb. So, by that metric, everything else is going to be higher. SF was, again, like a lot of these, it had great story beats, it had a great concept. The ending was a little bit rushed and left too many open-ended questions, especially for, you know, what's supposed to be the true ending. Like, this is it. This is what we've been building up to for 99 endings, is to get this ending where we finally break free from the time loop that we introduced in this timeline. But we've got a time loop that we have to try and get through. And it puts all the other timelines in context. And you get to go visit the other timelines. And it's like, okay, now I understand why these other timelines, like, I understand why I keep going back. I thought it was just because I wanted to try again and get a different ending. But no, it's because I'm stuck in this time loop and I can't leave. And I've kept these characters trapped. Plugging in my phone. But it left too many unanswered questions. Like, there should have been one more ending. Or like, you get ending 100. Or ending 55, rather. But you get all 100 endings. And then it unlocks one more day. Like, it literally has all these, and then it just zips you over to like down here, or like Last Defense Academy, and then 100 line 2. It just goes 100 line, and it's just like one day, and it's just day 101, and you get ending 101 from it. And day 101 answers all the questions. It answers what happens after they break free from the time loop and go back to this artificial satellite. What happens to them? Who is the old lady in her 50s with the robe that takes Kako and then disappears? Like, it answers all those questions, and you only get it after you get all 100 endings. So you can't get it until you've done everything else. And then it's like, okay, you have officially broken free from the time loop. You are free entirely from the time loop. There is no more time loop. you get to see what happens on day 101. Yeah, 100 line 3. Just the 100 line 3. And it's literally a flowchart screen with one day on it. And it's just day 101. And it's just like in the middle of the screen. It's just day 101 right there. Nothing else around it. And it just answers all the other questions. And it's like, yeah, you have to get everything else. You have to unlock everything else first. And then you get the closure. Then you get to see what day 101 and day 102 and all the days after that, as they like to keep saying, what that is. It could even end on a cliffhanger too. Like, they don't have to answer everything. But I do still really like my idea of the lady in the robe standing there, and she watches the escape pod take off, and then the explosion in the distance, and then like the wind blows the hood off, and it's Hiroko with like a gray streak in her hair, and she's looking up at the escape pod, and she just kind of smiles a little bit, like a slight little smirky smile on the corner of one corner of her mouth, and then it plays the credits, and it's like, what? Because then that's sequel bait / DLC bait. More so sequel bait. But it's a cliffhanger because it's like, okay, clearly they want to do more with this game. Okay, I see. And now I want to see what happens next. Instead of, you don't get to see what happens next. Screw you. You got 100 endings. You don't get to see what happens after they get to the satellite. In fact, they don't even get to the satellite in this ending. Just saying. But yeah, what do you think, Venom? Where would SF go? Great premise. Definitely good. The ending just feels ever so slightly lackluster. Yeah, you think so? You think so? You think that's where it should go, is high A? Stories as long as these need an epilogue or some sort of other closure, other sort of closure. Yeah, and that closure should be proportional to the length of the story. Yeah, but that's why I'm like, even if they're just like, yeah, it's day 101. It's like, whoa, we just get one more day? That's gonna wrap everything up? And it's like, no, it won't wrap everything up, but it'll give you some answers and get you hungry for more. So then we can make 100 line 3. Or throw out some DLC. Like, what if the DLC isn't additional routes? Like, it could be additional routes, but what if it's also, like, what if it was, like, when they get back to the artificial satellite? And it's completely linear. Like, 100 line 1 was. Like, just like an epilogue that's as long as the prologue. There's so many different ways that they could go about this. But yeah, like, it didn't give you closure. It's like, yay, you broke out of the time loop. The end. It's like, what happens next? Yeah? You think so, Venom? But anyway, yeah. I'd say that's probably pretty close to what I would rank everything from what I remember. Like, I'd say Second Scenario and Red Storm are the best routes. They have the perfect amount of, like, bittersweet. They're nice. They explain stuff. Red Storm even had, like, a Deus Ex Machina that I didn't mind. Honestly, imagine if after the credits song for the time loop break route, you see the day roll over to day 101 and then it fades to the title screen with subtle changes. Yeah, that would have been great. That would have been great. It just rolls over to day 101. Like, if they really wanted to do a DLC bait or sequel bait, they could have done Day 101, and then Seirei shows up and he goes, "Oh, did you think it was over?" And then it goes to the opening screen, and it's like, whoa, what? Like, anything would have been better than just nothing. There should have been something, some kind of after credits, or a Day 101, or something. But there was just nothing. Yeah, I'd say second scenario and Retsnom, like, they're pretty much tied. Like, I'd almost say Retsnom goes above second scenario. Study Foundational, 100 Line 1, Mystery, Killing Game, Goodbye Eto, and Slasher were all great routes. I honestly would have wanted to punch my monitor if Seirei popped up asking if I thought there was more. That would piss me off. Exactly. That's why I wanted. That's why I said it. Box of Calamity, multiple Atos, Cult of Takumi, Rebellion, Veshness, Box of Blessings, and Romance. They were all right. They had some high points. They had some low points. Reset, Comedy, and Ava were just kind of bad. And then Coming of Age, Casual, Serial Battles, and Conspiracies sucked. But that's just my thoughts. Now, I'm going to need some help with this one. Just because I don't know who most of the commanders are. Like, I don't recognize them from these pictures. You don't need to rank everyone? Yeah. Like, I'd want to rank some of them. But, let's see. I honestly wouldn't even try to rank the commanders outside of Veshness. No, there is one other one that I want to rank. But I don't see them. I don't recognize them. I'll have to look up what they look like. Takumi. Takumi had some really good points. Takumi had some really bad points. Takumi is a fucking moron, but he knows about the Archimedes principle. Like, I'd say probably A tier, because like he has a mind of his own and he does work well, but he does also make lots of mistakes. So yeah, no, I'm dropping him a B. He makes some really dumb mistakes. I just dug up the tier list that had every character in Veshness and Commune and Kakoji, and this is what I found. No, that works. That works. Yeah, Takumi. Takumi's a monkey's paw. That. Okay. I kind of see what you're going for there, but yeah. Yeah, like, he's... You never know what you're going to get with him. Sometimes he's great. He's smart. Mystery Route, he is so fucking smart. He knows about the Archimedes principle. He knows, you know, he figures out Kakoji's identity. He figures out all this stuff. He's great. And then, like, in some of the routes, he's like, I'm going to go and I have to make sure that I don't change the future. So let me go and start changing shit. Oh, why did the future change? I don't know, maybe because Nozomi and all them weren't supposed to get here yet? And you just went and stole Nozomi from them? And just killed everyone? Like, everyone else just died because you took Nozomi with you. So no one was there to take Nigo back to the fucking academy. Good job, Takumi. And then you're like, what? Why did they all die? Is it my fault? Yeah, Takumi, it's your fucking fault. And then we have him taking Retstom Creature and try to keep it as a pet in his home base. Yeah, but see, that worked out. Half the time. And I mean, you can't fault Takumi for that if you don't also fault Darumi and Gaku for taking the gi. In fact, I'd probably say they made a bigger mistake. That did not work out? It works out if... Or, oh, that's right. No, I'm thinking... That's right. The ones where he takes Retsnam as a pet are the ones where they don't put Retsnam into a human body. Or human, quote unquote. Can I help you? Are you okay? Hey. Do you need to blow your nose? You're like sniffling. In both those endings, Darmy gets his head fucking chomped off. Good for Darmy. Good, congratulations on his transition. Crunchy says hi, Venom. Hey. Crunchy says hi. Crunchy says hi. I'm laying in a really weird position right now, so he cannot figure out where he's supposed to lay down to snuggle me. Takamaru. Oh yes, I also want to talk about how I felt when I first started the game versus at the end of the game. At the beginning of the game, I'd say Takumi was an A. By the end, he dropped down to B. Because in A, he was doing the best he could. He was just kind of like no one. He just kind of worked his best. And then in the other timelines, he fucked up some and did some good things, but he mostly fucked up. Like, Hiriko had a point when she's like, yeah, when someone eventually bungles something up, like they inevitably will, she was right. He always fucks it up somehow. He's doing the prance around and trying to figure it out? No, he was sitting next to me, like, looking at my legs, looking at my chest, looking up at my head, looking at my legs, looking around, looking behind him. He's like, there's nowhere for me to fucking lay. Because I'm laying in a weird position. So he can't lay, like, on my chest or on my arm. I don't know if Takumi really is a complex enough character to really support this diverse of a game. Yeah. Like, SF Route, he definitely became more complex. He was working hard. He was trying his best. He had good thoughts and stuff. But even then, he still fucked shit up. Takamaru. Beginning of the game? I'd say he was like an A. He was rough and tumble. He worked hard and just like tried to encourage everyone. He got Shoma up to snuff. He was the first one that was like, no, don't kill one of them. Have me blow up the bomb. He was the one that tried to sacrifice himself after Kyoshika first. But, like, he was, like, the thug with a heart of gold that really just hung out with old people and helped them with their taxes and stuff. By the end of the game, he was the exact same. He's a great character. Like his, which route was it when he, it was Killing Game. Killing Game where he didn't trust Takumi. And he treated Takumi like shit. And like, that would have started dropping him down points because he all of a sudden is like, yeah, I fucking hate you. You're an asshole. I hate you. But then at the end, right before he died, he left the note to Takumi. And he's like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I was going through a lot of shit. I was stressed out and I took it out on you. Shouldn't have done that. And it's like, okay, yeah, no. He was just lashing out. He basically became the adoptive dad for Kakuinima. Yeah. He was a great character through and through. Hiriko. Beginning of the game, she'd be in, like, non-existent. Since she died, like, 3 days in. But throughout the timelines, she started to slowly creep her way up. And then she went and doomed an entire timeline to death just because she wanted to hear Takumi say that he liked her. But she knew that was wrong, and she tried her best to make up for it. She realized that she was wrong. She realized she had made a mistake and that she was being selfish. But I also don't know if I can blame her because I feel like the timelines are kind of set in stone. Like, if she tried to get rid of Takumi G immediately in the slasher timeline, I feel like it wouldn't have worked. Because the timeline was already there. Like, everything was already set in stone. So when she went over, it was already, like, preordained that she would not be able to give it to Takumi G. Hiroko and Takumi is definitely a relationship. It is. I'm not sure if it's a good relationship or a bad one. It's definitely not exactly healthy. But yeah. And Hiroko with the slasher route 100% has some yandere tendencies. Oh, absolutely. But the thing is she always, apart from one timeline, was always trying to keep everyone alive. Like, she was trying her best to be a good person. And it's like, she doomed one timeline to death because of her selfish desires. But I feel like that was already destined to happen. And she tried her best to keep everyone alive in every other timeline. So 145 timelines, she tried to keep everyone alive. And in one, she had them all killed. Nobody's perfect. Is all I'm saying. Nobody's perfect. Darmy. At the beginning of the game, before I started the game, I thought Darmy was going to be my favorite character. I thought she was going to be, like, the best character in the game. And as I went through Route Zero, she was hysterical. She was great. I loved her. She was like the stand-in for, like, a Kodaka fan. She was the one that was always bringing up killing games and eroge and all this stuff, and she was a nerd. And then through Retsnom, I mean, the already destined to happen thing doesn't really have anything to do with the argument. I mean, it does, because if they're already destined to die, then she's beating herself up over letting people die that are going to die anyway. Either way, they're going to die. So she thinks she's letting it happen, but really, it's going to happen whether she lets it or not. Like, if we take a trolley problem, she still pulled the lever even though the rails were busted and pointing in the death direction in the first place. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like, they were, even if they were already destined to die, she made sure that it continued that way. Intention does matter, yes. Yes, she's in B. I'm not putting her in S or A. Darmy is just a kooky character. As I went through Retsnom, she went from an A to an S. And then she, through the killing game and stuff, I'd say she probably dropped down a little bit. Like, Retsnom gave her a lot of characterization and made it so that you understand why she acts the way she does. I can understand why she does what she does. Some of her choices, though, were not exactly the best. But overall, still a great character. Plus, she's got to have her apartment with Tsubasa and Yugamu and Takumi. Eito. Eito started off as a nothing character and then became the traitor, which bumped him up, I'd say, because it's like, oh, you look back and it's like, holy shit, he was manipulating people from behind the scenes the entire time. That is great. That is clever. That is smart. And then he became very one note. And was just, I hate you guys. You guys suck. I hate you guys. You guys are gross. Fuck you guys. And then Goodbye Eito happened. And it went back up. SF Route, which would be part of Goodbye Eito as well. Or, not SF. Second scenario. SF Route, I feel, didn't really change him much. Not in terms of, like, it didn't change his character. Like, it didn't change the way he acts, because it clearly did, because they got rid of the glitch. But it didn't make him any better or worse in my mind. Him being the traitor was great. Knowing that he's the traitor and the way that he acts afterwards sucked. Because he became extremely one note. Extremely just like cut and dry. He hates you guys. He will kill you if you give him a chance. And it's like, okay. Do you have anything else going for you, Eito? Or are you just gonna, every time we show up, you're gonna be the Nagato that just goes, oh, hey. Fuck you. I hate you. I'd kill you if you gave me the chance. Fucking reserve course student. He does have something else going for him. He's gay. Oh, that's true. Well, that's why I put him next to Takumi. OTP. That's not really a character trait. Yeah, that is true. He is gay because he's able to break the glitch a little bit just because he likes Takumi so much. Yeah, being gay is not a character trait. If being gay is your personality, you don't have a personality. Tsubasa. Like I said before, Tsubasa was like a nothing character. She didn't really have any characterization at all. And then Romance Route. And then, like, after that, she just kind of... I guess I just went through it the right way, because after that, she always had something to do. It could be just because the Romance Route made me pay closer attention to her. But after Romance Route, every route after that, she was just so good. She helped out. She worked hard. She had funny moments. She had sad moments. She had heartfelt moments. Like, Tsubasa was a great character. Well-rounded. Great character. Possibly could be the best character in the game. I haven't gone through all the characters yet. Gaku. Gaku is one of the ones that has changed the most. I thought Gaku really fucking sucked. I thought he was awful. Because all he did was act like an asshole and talk about girls and how much he wanted to see them naked. Then he'd do his free time events and learn how he's like. And then he starts throwing parties. And you learn that, yeah, he is a womanizer. But he's a teenage boy. So that you can't exactly hold that against him entirely. Especially since he was programmed to be like that. Like, he's just a normal dude in that aspect. And he's money grubbing because he's poor and wants to support his like 23 fucking siblings. Like, everything that he does, apart from being, you know, like a creep towards girls, everything that he does is because he wants to make those around him happy. He throws parties because he wants to keep the vibe up and he wants everyone to feel more at ease. He wants money because he grew up poor and has a bunch of siblings and he wants to help support them. That's why he's good at food too. Because he wants to help support people. And as a foster parent myself, like, I understand that. I can sympathize with that. So I wouldn't say he's an S tier character. Far from it, because he still is obsessed with girls. Even in the good ending, in the true ending, he's trying to fucking grope Tsubasa. But just like Takamaru, he's rough around the edges, but his heart is in the right place. He just has some impulse control when it comes to girls. I'm actually gonna do that. Tsubasa has the widest character emotion range-wise. Absolutely. Gaku is a Redditor. Well, if you say that, I'm gonna have to drop him down one. Like, Gaku was a D tier character for me. He bumped up to B. He bumped up to high B, low A. Like, he is a good character. Now for the one that changed the most. Ima is a fucking creep. He's obsessed with his sister. He wants to, like, watch her shower and follow her into the bathroom and sleep with her every night. And the dude is a fucking creep. But then you start going through the other timelines. And you see that although he's a creep, he also just really fucking cares about his sister. She's the only one he had. Like, he sacrificed his dignity, he sacrificed his body, he sacrificed everything to keep her safe. And that has to count for something. So yes, he's not going to be an S tier character. He's not going to be an A tier character. Because he is still a friggin' creep. But he is protective of his sister even while he's being a creep towards her. He wants to protect her. And that's part of why he's such a creep. Is because he doesn't want to let her out of his sight. He's so deathly afraid that something's going to happen to her. He prostitutes himself to older ladies to make money to feed her. He goes and gets himself beat up because he doesn't want her to get hurt. Like, everything he does is to protect her. The way he does it and the reasons behind it aren't the best. But at the beginning of the game, I thought he was the scum of the earth, horrible person, absolutely vile. And now I'd say he's not that bad. He's still a creep. He's still disgusting. But you can see that it's going back to the whole Veshness thing. You can see that there is more to his character that just never gets explored and it gets hinted at. Plus, can you completely blame him when he was programmed to be a creep? It's not his fault. It's the scientist's fault. Still, low B. Kako. Kako is definitely better than her brother. Kako, at the beginning of the game, didn't really do much. She was being kind of held hostage by her brother. She couldn't do much. But then through the other timelines, you learn more about her. You learn she wants to be a detective. She starts trying to solve mysteries. She starts trying to help out. And she honestly bumps up. Actually, no. She's above Gaku. What am I thinking? She's definitely above Gaku. Gaku is great. Like, I'd say high B, maybe even low A. Like, I'm gonna go for low A. She is a great character. She starts trying to be independent. Exactly. That's when she changed. Because before she was all, brother dearest, and she just went along with whatever he said. But when she struck out on her own and she was like, first time she was like, no, Ima, I'm doing this because I want to, and you can't stop me. She instantly jumped up like 2 tiers just from that one line alone. Shoma. Shoma's a complicated one. Because Shoma, I still, to this day, from the beginning of the game to the end, I feel is annoying. He's nowhere near as annoying as he was at the beginning. Kind of grew on me a little bit. Like a fungus. Which he'd probably agree he was. But I wish that over time, like even in the SF route, he had started to get some self-confidence. Like he gets a spark of self-confidence and he's like, yeah, maybe I'm not so bad. And then immediately afterwards, like 2 days later, he's like, I'm the worst of the worst and I'm like the trash you find at the bottom of a gutter. I'm a horrible human being and I shouldn't exist. You should just kill me. And it's like, dude, you had some character development for a second there and then it went away. Lobby. Nozomi. Nozomi is a tough one too. Because on one hand, she is a very caring person. She tries her best. She's working hard. Trying to keep everyone alive. Trying to help out however she can. She risked her own life coming in. Just because she wanted... but she did do it for selfish reasons. She wanted to do it to prove that her mom's research was, like, real and good. A little too hung up on her mom. Pun not intended. But she also... I'm not sure if I can hold this against her, but it was very forced. Like, she felt like the Chiaki of this game. She was very forced. Where it's like, hey, you want to care about her. You care about her. She is the most important person to you. You care about her. Why do you not care about her enough? Why aren't you caring about her more? And it's like, ugh. She is traumatized, yes. And I did see someone pointed out that when Nozomi G, who is not on this list, when she starts killing people, she hangs them like her mother did. Shoma has like 3 character traits: self-deprecation, compassion, and being a hard worker when he puts his mind to it. But 95% of the time, it's the first one. Exactly. If it was more evenly spread, he would be higher up on the list. But because it always falls back to, I suck, I'm a horrible person, step on me and squish me into a puddle, like, he doesn't get any character growth that actually sticks. Nozomi is fucking traumatized, so I won't blame her for being dependent on her mom things. I don't blame her for that either. I get that. Like, I didn't even... Like, I understood in the, was it Mystery Route? Whichever route it was when she, like, had to drink Ava's blood. And she started to get, like, a mom complex with Ava. I didn't mind that too much because it was a little bit weird, yes. But I understood that she was looking for a mother figure and Ava was looking for a daughter figure. And so it worked out. Like, they were able to help each other. Yeah, Nozomi is very much the push. This is this game's emotional anchor. But she doesn't have the character depth to support it. Killing game route was the blood thing. Okay, yeah, killing game route then. Yeah. But yeah, like, I'm not sure if I can hold it against her that she was so forced. But she was extremely forced. Hello, Venom. I need to get to my mouse. I cannot move Nozomi's icon if you keep bumping my hand away from the mouse. What, do you not agree with me? Are you trying to tell me not to put her where I was going to put her? You don't even know where I was going to put her. Yeah, I'd say like high B. She doesn't quite get to A rank because of how forced she is. And she is a little bit milquetoast. She's a little bit bland. But she does also care a lot. And she is, like, trying her best to protect everyone. So I can get that. Kurara would be in two different spots because is it with her mask on or her mask off? But honestly, Kurara, she's like Shoma in the sense that she's like one note, but she's not as one note as Shoma. Because she's more like three note. Shoma, everything falls back to I'm a piece of human garbage. Kurara has I'm better than you because I'm the scion of the Osuzuki family. But then she also has the I'm going to project my sexual fantasies onto everyone else. And she also, when her mask is off, she's like a completely different person. She's like her true self. And it like opens up a whole new aspect of her. I also feel like Kurara's main one note is more fun than Shoma's one note. Absolutely is. Like, even if you want to argue that she's two note, her two notes are so much better than Shoma's. Like, Kurara, she bounces off of Takumi and Kyoshika so well. She's great in that aspect. She blames Takumi for so many things that clearly she thought up herself. And then she will be like, bow down before me. I am above you, you worthless little peon. But even with Gaku, who she's got the most like she bullies the most, like they are clearly friends still. Like he pisses her off sometimes and she pisses him off sometimes, but they are clearly still really good friends. Yeah, I feel like that's around where... Also, Kurara does have emotions even with her mask on. She doesn't know how to regulate them, but you can see her react to stuff around her, like her friend's death. Absolutely. Yeah, like, her tomato mask has so many emotions, and she, even in that, like, that's just like a mask to hide her true emotions, but they still get through. Can you please move? You are right in the way. She has a lot of subtle stuff. Yeah. Exactly. She was a great character. Like, I might actually say she's better than Takamaru. Kurara is a great character. When I started the game, she was kind of one note, kind of weird. But then I think it was around the time that her mask fell off the first time. And I'm like, oh, okay. She's got more depth to her than just, I'm above you, you are a worthless peon. She's using the mask as a cover to give herself confidence. And then it started leading into other things. And then she started having interactions with other people. And like, she built up so much. I need a longer charging cable for my phone so that I can... What are you doing? You do not need to follow me to plug in my phone. It's okay. I'll handle it. Honestly, if I had to guess, half of her I'm above you is because she's insecure. Oh, more than half. Like, her whole thing is insecurity. She is insecure about herself. And the mask helps her hide that. Like, if she didn't have the mask... If she just didn't have the mask and she was the same throughout the whole game, I would drop her down quite a bit. I drop her like probably around here. But because of the mask adds more depth to her character. Because it lets her have subtle nuances, and it lets her have different interactions, and it lets her express herself better. Kyoshka started off as kind of like, a lot of these characters, they didn't get a lot of screen time. And so I didn't get attached to any of them. Because Route Zero had so many characters that they had to try and push through. And so she was just kind of like, there. But then Romance Route happened. And you got a little hint of what she's like. And then the Zombie Route, where it was just her and Takumi by the end. And you start to understand her better. Her free time events, and you start to understand her. And she's just a lovable goofball. But she's a lovable goofball that can get serious when she needs to. She means well, even if she's a dumbass. And she does whatever she can to protect her friends and keep her friends happy. She sucks at a lot of the stuff. But her heart's in the right place and she's doing the best she can. And she has 2 arms, which automatically makes her S tier. I mean, come on. I still love the idea that she's saying that because she's trying to remember how many arms she has. She's got to remind herself. And like, she's a samurai that grew up in the forest, raised by her grandpa. Her holy Jumonji sword that she's like intrinsically attached to was an accidental misdelivery that she got attached to. And she's a samurai that uses ninjutsu. Like, she's a great character. Yugamu. Yugamu is a creep. But unlike the other creep that we've got here, Yugamu is useful. And yeah, he's in a sense kind of like the Teruteru of this game, because he's like equal opportunity. He's like, yeah, he's got messed up fetishes and he just wants to boink someone. But he also keeps his thoughts in, not his thoughts, he speaks his thoughts out loud, but he keeps his urges in line and will just like cut himself open or threaten to kill someone but not actually kill them because he's like, I need to get this urge under control. Like, he self-regulates. And he is also extremely helpful. He's the whole reason why Takumi was able to get through the killing game in the first place. Well, that and Eito. But Eito doesn't count. I'd say Yugamu's like there. Yugamu definitely grew on me a lot. Like, he seemed, a lot of these characters seem one note in the first run through because you don't have a lot of time to spend with them, so they all seem just kind of like, yeah, okay, this is the snob, this is the biker, this is the creepy girl, this is the pervert, this is the girl that isn't there, this is the girl that's attached to her brother. But then you go through the other timelines and they start getting fleshed out more. Like, even Shoma gets some fleshing out. It's not enough to bump him up any, but he gets some fleshing out. Moko is completely hit or miss. Moko was dead in the first timeline. Okay. Moko also has been there to try and keep everyone working together. she's kind of like Gaku in that sense. Like, she wants to keep everyone alive and keep them all working well together. She makes sure that everyone, like all the girls, are being taken care of. She's protective. She's all that fun stuff. But the romance route really kind of ruined her character a lot. Like, the first time she showed up and she's like, all right, we're going to talk about how your first 5 days have gone with Kurata. And it's like, okay, all right, I get it. But then she started getting, like, pushy. And she started, like, judging Takumi. And then at the end with the polycule ending, where she just flat out decks Takumi for even suggesting, hey, maybe we could be a polycule. And she's like, no, fuck off. You're not allowed to do that. And then, oh, Nozomi turned me down. Well, that's okay. I'll always be here for you. And it's like, so you won't even admit your own feelings. Like, clearly you want to be with Takumi. And you're just, like, taking it out on him. And trying to, like, be sneaky about it. It's like, don't do that. Does he? Does he get fleshed out? Honestly, a few checkups in... I thought Moko could be an Arrow Queen. Alas, she's not an Arrow Queen. Exactly. I get that feeling for a second too. I'm like, okay, yeah, she's just trying to help Takumi along. Because she's not into guys, she's not into girls. She's Arrow. That makes sense. That would have worked out great. But then you get the whole Moko ending. And you're like, oh, okay. No, she's not Arrow. She wants Takumi herself. Okay. And it, like, just kind of, like, kills that. But yes, of course Yugamu gets fleshed out. His flesh comes out. But no, he's a creep, but he's also a creep that means well. More than Ima. Because, like, if anyone came up to him and said, hey, do you want to go fuck in the back room? He'd be like, yeah, sure. But he's not pushing them to do that. He'll say, hey, I want to dissect you. But as soon as they go, no, he goes, okay. Like, he doesn't push it. Oh, the flesh out thing you said about Shoma. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Shoma, he gets a little bit of characterization. Like, the way he treats Ava is like, okay, yeah, no, he can see himself as being important to someone. A little bit. A tiny bit. But then all that characterization goes away. Like, the only times he gets any, like, character to him that's not just, I'm a worthless gutter worm, are, I'm not going to let you kill Ava, and I'm going to take care of Ava. That's it. If Ava didn't exist in this game, Shoma would be, like, D tier. The only reason he has any redeeming qualities at all is because there's that hint that he could have been better. And it's like, okay, he's got potential. Yugamu does have some depth. Absolutely he does. She's trying to help Takumi out, and she's clumsy about it because she has no idea what she's doing. It works so well. Yeah. Shoma fails the reverse lampshade test. What is the reverse lampshade test? Like, yeah, Moko could have worked if she was Arrow. Because then she's like, yeah, I'm this girly girl, tough wrestler, and I don't give a shit about romance. I'm going to try and help you out, but I suck at it because I don't know what I'm doing. And it's like, okay, yeah, that works. And then it's like, oh, no, she actually wants Takumi herself, and okay. Never mind. Like, even the no, you can't play with a girl's feelings like that, I'm gonna punch your lights out, could have worked if she was Ero. Because it's like, okay, yeah, no, she just doesn't understand romance, so she doesn't understand that polygamy can be a thing. You can date more than one person. She doesn't get that because she's Ero. But no, she's not Ero. She's fucking straight. Goddamn straighties. The lampshade test is asking if a girl has a conversation or relationship with someone with the same gender that isn't about guys. You mean the Bechdel test? Bechdel test, where if two girls can have a conversation that doesn't bring up or involve a guy, that's the Bechdel test. And yeah, Shoma has no character if Ava doesn't exist. Like, he almost has some character with Takamaru, but it doesn't go anywhere. Especially since every time it happens, he gets all buff and he's like, oh yeah, I guess this is my true power. And then like 3 seconds later, he's back to being scrawny little Shoma. And he's like, oh, I suck. And it's like, okay, we're back to the regular Shoma again. I've heard something like that being called a lampshade test because, like, they might as well be a lampshade. Okay, I could see that. But yeah, Moko. Do I? I'll put her in C, but I'm putting Shoma below her. Like, Moko just kind of... She tried, but she didn't really do much. And the romance route really fucked over her character. Yeah, Moko can't be worse than Shoma. Yeah. I'll put Moko down, but Shoma's going below her. Like, and getting squished. Ava. Ava's hard to read because Ava wasn't herself most of the time. But she also, because of Commune, I'd say that Ava gets bumped up some. Because she actually has something to work with. Are you eating? Okay, you're eating. I was hearing really weird noises from Venom. Ava's actually Ava in like 2 routes. Exactly. But based on those 2 routes. Like, we're not going to take the whole brainwashing thing into account. Because that's not her. But she's the only commander to surrender. She clearly doesn't want to be doing this. She wants to just protect her daughter. Her adoptive daughter. And again, I'm biased because I'm a foster parent. But I feel like, you know, she's doing this for more noble means than herself. She's putting herself in danger, risking her own life to keep her daughter safe. And she hates humanity, which, you know, is a plus. No. But I'd say, like, overall, she's like a... I'd say she's better than Takumi for sure. I wouldn't say she's better than Gaku by the end, just because she's brainwashed all the time, so you don't really know what she's really like. Her adoptive daughter, her daughter, same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, it's not her daughter biologically, but it's her daughter. Shion. Shion was a mystery at the beginning because I didn't know who the hell he was. He just kept showing up and going, ah, bah, 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 and then disappearing again. I did enjoy the mystery of, like, what the hell is this kid? Why does he keep showing up? Is he an invader? I don't think he's an invader. But he actually had some good characterization. He worked well with the others. Sure, he had some issues, like in the slasher route, when he saw that Takumi was killing people and didn't say a goddamn word about it. Just went, oh, so you don't realize what's going on? Okay, bye. And it's like, so you know what's happening. Why not tell Takumi, hey, why are you killing people? Because then Takumi would be like, wait, what do you mean? Like, Shion could have nipped so much in the bud. And then halfway through second scenario, you find out you can eat ice cream with him. Yeah. And then there's the killing game, or the invader, yeah, the killing game route, where he dies at the end, and then who am I going to eat ice cream with? I have managed to not reference that the entire playthrough, Croncy. And you just had to, at the end, get me to mention it. Didn't you? I have been so good keeping those thoughts in my head of, ha, it's Shion. Ha, I know it's Shion. And then you just had to get that out of me at the end, didn't you? Yeah, I'd say Shion's like, around there, yeah. Like, I might swap him and Gaku, but he's a pretty good character. For the most part, he works well. Sirei. Sirei is dead in almost every timeline at some point or another. But he is goofy. He is fun. He's a little evil, but he is doing it like he is programmed to be like that. So you can't really hold it against him, just like with Ava and the brainwashing. But he also breaks that programming sometimes. He also tries to, like, there's times that he's like, all right, well, if this is what you're going to do, I'll talk to the higher-ups and get permission. There was that whole time when he started getting the humans to send, like, messages to them. And he's showing it, and he's like, look, see? I'm trying to give you guys motivation to finish this out and be done with it. Because you guys are starting to lose, you know, heart. So let me try and encourage you guys again. Like, he's commanding officer that at the beginning, my TV's going to turn off. Okay, so now I know that my TV tries to turn off about 4 hours in. Okay. I forgot what I was saying, but Sirei, at the beginning, I thought he was just a hard ass that was like trying to, you know, force them to fight when they didn't want to fight. But he started getting a little bit better and had a little bit more depth to him. He didn't have too much depth to him, but it was enough depth to, like, yeah. Corey, the first thing I said when his name was revealed was, who else will I have ice cream with? I have no self-restraint. I had to do my best to. I've been fighting that ever since I found out his name. I've been fighting the urge. I'm like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You already make Kingdom Hearts references all the goddamn time. Don't do it. For once, don't bring up the Kingdom Hearts reference. Nigo. Didn't know much about Nigo at the beginning. Still don't know much about Nigo. Or is this the other one, the conspiracy one? Nigo didn't do anything. Like, Nigo barely had a personality. He just kind of, like, went along with whatever the Honorable C-Ray said. He didn't do anything on his own. Now, see, I might be willing to bump his rank up a couple tiers if I were to see what his secret talent is. No? That was worth a try. Nigo is above Shoma for me because he's less annoying. That is true. He is less annoying than Shoma. So I guess it's a matter of which do I find a worse quality? Annoying or having no personality? Personally, I think having no personality is worse than being annoying. Because at least annoying, you've got something to work with. But Nigo doesn't do anything. The only thing Nigo does is just whatever his talent is and blow himself up. And he can be unintentionally funny occasionally. That is true. He can be Okay, yeah, that is a good point. He can be funny sometimes. Alright, now for the part that I have to do research on. Like, if these were the commander's transformed forms, then it would be easy. But because I don't have their transformed forms, then I need to find the right commander. Instantly the best character in the game. No, definitely my favorite commander, which means even if you don't recognize who this is from their picture, if you've watched my streams, you know which commander this is. I love this commander. Doesn't really do much, so I can't put her too high. But she definitely deserves a spot. I'd say she's better than Ima, for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't say she's quite as good as Ato. I don't mean Shoma's annoying, it's just that he brings the mood down whenever he says something, and typically he has nothing to contribute to the conversation. Yeah, exactly. Too much screen time for what he contributes. Like, he barely has anything to contribute ever. I think there's like in the Route Zero, he has stuff. In Route Zero, he was actually okay. I think he might be the only character that actually goes down in my tier list so far. Because he was okay. Like, yeah, he was annoying that he couldn't go more than 2 breaths without saying that he was a disgusting piece of human garbage and that they needed to, like, melt him into a goo so that he would smell better. But he also was the one that started bringing up Kamakura Hospital. He's the one that started remembering things. And that's never explained either. Why is he the only one that remembers that stuff? Why was the, like, mental programming on him weaker than it was anyone else. Nigo doesn't have much to him, but he also doesn't have the same amount of screen time either. Yeah, because usually he's dead. But yeah, I don't recognize any of these commanders. Because he's the defense guy, I would assume. I guess, yeah, but still. Yeah, I think that was what they used as a reasoning too, was because his hemoanima is defense, so he defended himself from the memory erasure, but okay. But yeah, only commander that's going on the list. Well, apart from, you know, Veshnis. Veshnis is next, speaking of. Also, wait. No. He goes on here too. Because I recognize him. I know him. He was kind of one note, but at the same time, like, his one note was pretty good. I'd say he... Where does he go? Like, I didn't have an opinion on him at the beginning of the game because he didn't show up until the second run through. But Dalsha was great. I'd say he's probably like... I'll have him hang out with Term Tammy. Another OTP. We've got Takumi and Ato. We've got Dalsha and Term Tammy. We've got Kyoshka and the Holy Jumonji Sword. That counts, right? I did really like Darmi and Yugamu's chemistry at the end of the true ending. How they were both just giggling like mad people. Like, they definitely like get each other on a deeper level. Although she might be a little mad that Yugamu's in the way of Hiriko. Veshnis. Veshnis is kind of weird because she's evil, but she's also kind of funny and fun sometimes. I like her. She's kind of a goofball sometimes. She's also evil, and I like villains a lot. She's complicated. And the Veshnis route did give a lot of, like, fleshing out to her. She's definitely a B tier. I'd say, like, right there. All the commanders are going together. Wasn't even intentional. Dalsha also didn't need much depth to him to serve his purpose. He has his one trait, and it's strong and interacts decently with others. Yeah. Like, all he has to him is, I am the old Supreme Commander. I am old, and I am a very strong fighter and nigh invincible. But also, I'm not just going to kill you because I feel like it. I'm honorable. I want to die on the battlefield in an honorable way. Like, he's a Viking. He wants to die on the battlefield so he can go to Valhalla. And he flat out leaves in almost every timeline. Because he's like, you guys aren't at your full potential. And I refuse to fight you guys if you're not at your full potential. If we're going to fight to the death, we're doing this right. It wouldn't be right for me to kill you when you're weaker. I want you at full strength. I'm coming back in 6 days. You better be ready. Commune. Commune didn't have too much character to her most of the time. Like, she reminds me of Maya Fey. It could be the Shrine Maiden outfit, but also she's there to just kind of help you along sometimes and be like, yeah, I'm here if you really need me to. But for the most part, I'm just here for moral support. I feel like I need to put her with her sister, but I can't. We didn't have enough about her, though. He also has the opportunity to jump on Takumi on half the routes, but he does nothing with the advantage. Definitely man of his word. Exactly. Like, at least half of the routes, he shows up. And just shows up next to Takumi and is just like, you really think it's a good idea for you to just be hanging out here? Like, he could have just stabbed Takumi and then went ham and killed everyone else without them ever knowing. But he's like, no, that's not how I do things. Do you mind, Venom? By the way, did you notice Darmy and Commune have the same voice actress? Oh, I didn't. Oh, that's right. I was going to look at the credits and see who shared what voices. But I forgot to. But that sounds about right. Darmy also had the same voice actress as Term Tammy, didn't she? It felt like she did. Yeah, Commune, we didn't have much to do with Commune. But the little time we did have with her did make an imprint. You wouldn't be surprised? Yeah. So we've got all of the True Blood Futurans here. Well, except for Ava. Old man. He, doesn't have any character except, oh, yes, I know the ancient histories. He doesn't really do much. He is the one that set Hiroko and Takumi on the path to break the time loop. With the... something that starts with a P and then metempsychosis. But... is the B tier the mid tier? So it seems, yeah. I mean, S, A, D, C, B. Like, these are the mid characters. Like, I would bump them up if they had more. Like, Term Tammy, like I said, Term Tammy's the best character in the game. But, yeah, they just don't... they're mid for one reason or another. Like, Ima's too creepy to be higher. Nozomi's too forced to be higher. Gaku is too, friggin', lecherous to be higher. Ava's always brainwashed, so we don't know what she's like. The only time we've seen what she's like is when she's, remembering Commune, or remembering Commune and saying, I'm gonna kill all the humans on the artificial satellite. The Futuran kid that we don't even know what she looks like because Ato was blind at this point. We just kind of guessed. But I'd say she's C tier. Not because she's bad, but she's got nothing to her. But she played an important role in the Goodbye Ato route, which, if you remember, I had put... I'm blind. Right here. I put it in A tier. Wow. They should have put more shadow on the back of these words or something so they're easier to read. The battle pets don't do anything. They are mindless puppets. I can't even bump them higher for having one spin Futurans and humans because nothing comes of that except that they go, I don't want to die. Where's my daughter? Every once in a while. And Kako G. Kako G, obviously I didn't know anything about at the beginning of the game. Kako G was a mystery. Get it? Mystery route, huh? But in her screen time, she was so good. Like, she was such a good character that I'd say, like, here, like, no one's gonna beat Tsubasa and Kyoshika. Kurata's great, but Kako G was an amazing character. And I don't want to fight. In a clear Tsubasa voice, just, I don't want to fight. Kako G is fun, exactly. Like, that's why, in fact, I'll even, like, bump Veshness up some. Nah, she's above Shion. Like, Veshness is fun. Veshness is fun to fight. She's fun, like, to bounce off of. But Kako G stole the show. Kako G was the true villain of the game. And it actually would have been a lot better if you dealt with Kako G in the SF route. That would have been really good. But yeah. And then I don't recognize any of the other commanders. And I'm not going to look them up because the only one that I cared about was Dalsha and Term Tammy. If they were their transformed forms, I'd recognize all of them. Like, I'm guessing they're probably in order, so, like, that's probably Mervram. That's probably Parmeth. That would be... I don't know. That's Adamaku, right? So does this make this Valagarzo and Zanshin? Is that Zanshin? I think that might be Zanshin. But I don't know. But yeah. I suppose that's my final list for the characters. I will change this, though, because I wouldn't really say that they're D tier. They just have nothing to them. You do deal with her in SF, but only on the coin flip fail, and you kill her in Takumi leap damage branch. Yeah, like you should deal with her in the true ending branch. You shouldn't have to deal with her in the, like, the wrong guess timeline. It should be in the right guess timeline. There we go. But yeah, those were the only two tier lists that I had. Split view makes it easier to multitask. Put pages side by side in the same tab so you can easily compare options and more. I don't care. Yeah, I don't know. Was there anything else to talk about the game? Other than, like, I'm patiently awaiting DLC or a sequel or anything like that. Hi, Venom. Alright, well, yeah. Next stream will be, as long as it works on my computer, Kumitante. Like, I need something to tie me over until 2x2 comes out. But then, yeah. I guess, thank you to anyone who tunes in. Hope you enjoyed. Good night. Slurp well. And I don't know, like, don't diss Tsubasa and Kyoshika, I guess. They're the best characters. Also, you should get Darmied.